Welcome to the Calexico City Council, Calexico Redevelopment Successor Agency, Calexico Finance Authority Planning Commission regular meeting. It is Wednesday, May 20th, 2026. The meeting is called to order at 6:56 p.m. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Mayor Legaspi,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Calderon,
Here.
Councilmember Marquez,
Present.
Councilmember Thalinda is absent, Councilmember Noricumbo,
Present.
we have quorum.
We're moving along to the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilmember Diane Noricumbo, would you please lead us? Thank you. Please remain standing. Our pastor left. Would you like to say a few words? Pat? Would you like to say a few words? No? Okay. I guess I'll do the invocation. Thank you, Heavenly Father, for bringing us all together. The council, we pray for guidance and strength, peace and harmony amongst us all. And I lift this day, this evening, up to you in your holiest name. Amen. Amen. Moving on to closed session announcement. City Attorney.
Yes, thank you. In closed session, the council agreed to settle a workers' compensation claim, item number 5 on closed session.
Okay, so moving on to the approval of the agenda. So I'm going to go ahead and start this off. I'm going to go ahead and recuse myself under the approval agenda under the discussion of potential items, number 15 and number 16. Now that this item is going to be discussed today, per the advice of the city attorney, I'll be recusing myself from item number 15, 16 under the discussion and action items. So approval of the agenda, do I have a motion?
Actually, I also wanted to request item number on consent, the COPS funding. I just have a simple question, so I'd like to request if we can move that to discussion.
To discussion, potential action items?
On item number 12, regarding the COPS funding, I have a question.
Okay.
And Mayor, staff is requesting item number 14 to follow 17, item 17 in discussion.
Okay. Do we have all that, Madam Clerk? Okay. So approval of the agenda minus the ones that were announced and we'll be talking about. Do I have a motion for approval?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Okay, motion was approved by Mayor Pro Tem Calderon, second by Councilmember Adriano Marquez. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Mayor Legaspi,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Calderon,
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Thalinda is absent, Councilmember Noricumbo,
Yes.
motion passes.
Okay. Moving on to presentation, item number 6, proclamation declaring May 17 to 23rd, 2026 National Public Works Week. All right, let's start it off. Whereas Public Works professional focuses on infrastructures, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of City of Calexico, and
whereas these infrastructures, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals who are engineers, managers, and employees at all levels of government and private sector, who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supplies, water treatment, and solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facility essentials of our citizens. And
whereas it is in the public interest for citizens, civil leaders, and children in the city of Calexico to gain knowledge of and maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in their respective communities. And
whereas the year 2026 marks the 66th annual National Public Works Week sponsored by the American Public Works Association. Be it now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Calexico does hereby proclaim the week of May 17th through 23rd, 2026 as National Public Works Week. We urge all citizens to join with representatives of the American Public Works Association and government agencies in activities, events, and ceremonies designed to pay tribute to our public works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees, and to recognize the substantial contributions they make to protecting our national health, safety, and advancing quality of life for all.
Witness thereof, I hereunto affix my signature and official seal of the City of Calexico on the 20th day of May 2026. Can we have a representative up here, please? Do we have anybody that's going to receive their certificate that would like to stand? Picture taken here by our official photographer. Lisa? All right, our next presentation is item number 7, receive and file the 2024-2025 audit financial statement. Do we have a presentation on that?
Good evening, Mayor and fellow City Council members. I'm here to present our audit for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2025. So we're going to go into some required communications, required to communicate with those charged with governance under their auditing standards as 260. Those charged with governance in this instance would be the City Council. Also some audit responsibilities, an overview of the financial statements, some financial indicators and key pension and OPEB information, as well as the audit results. So communicate first, as part of the audit, we are required to be independent, and we've complied with all relevant requirements regarding the independence from the city and the performance of the audit. Significant accounting policies, if you want to have a really good understanding about kind of the overall financials, how it was put together and the different, say, estimates or policies that were used, you'll want to look at Note 1. That's going to be your significant accounting policies. You'll note in Note 1, towards the end of it, that we did implement 2 GASB statements, GASB 101 for compensated absences and GASB 102 for certain risk disclosures. Neither had a significant effect on the financial statements. To prepare the financial statements, the city is required to use certain estimates to estimate certain assets as well as liabilities, and some of these estimates include the fair value on investments, the depreciation on capital assets, that's the useful life of how long the capital asset would be depreciated over, and also the net OPEB and pension liabilities. Those are most of the estimates, I think I've stated before, are for those items are typically handled by CalPERS or at the CalPERS level. At least for the pension OPEB, the city has more say on some of the assumptions, but usually it's done by an actuary. So we want to go over some sensitive disclosures. We've already talked about Note 1, the summary of significant accounting policies. Note 3 is going to be your lease receivable note. And Notes 10 and 11 are going to be the pension plan and OPEB, the other post-employment benefits. These are sensitive, typically due to the size. They're typically larger liabilities. Note 12, that's going to be any expenditures over appropriations or deficit fund balance. No, note 12 is going to be contingencies, so that's going to be any kind of construction commitments as well as any kind of legal liabilities that might be out there. Also want to communicate there was no corrected or uncorrected misstatements reported during the audit. That means when we came in and audited, we did not find anything that was required to be changed. It was already prepped in a manner that was materially stated correctly. Also want to communicate that management informed us, and to our knowledge, there is no consultations with other accountants regarding auditing and other matters. There is no difficulties in dealing with management, and we did not have any disagreements with management in terms of accounting treatments or audit procedures performed during the audit. Kind of want to go through some audit responsibilities. So as part of the audit, there's responsibilities of both management and there's responsibilities of the auditors, and we'll go through some of those now. So management's responsible for the preparation of the financial statements, to present the financial statements in accordance with accounting principles generally accepted in the United States of America. Management's responsible to adopt sound accounting policies, establish and maintain internal controls over financial reporting and compliance, to provide evidence supporting the amounts and disclosures in the financial statements, and also to prevent and detect fraud. We, as the auditors, we're responsible to perform the audit. To perform that audit and assure the audit is in conformity with auditing standards generally accepted in the United States of America and standards applicable to financial audits contained in government auditing standards. We're responsible to communicate with those charged with governance. This is part of that communication. We're responsible to assess. We are responsible to assess audit risk of internal control over financial reporting and compliance. We're also responsible to determine fairness of the presentation of financial statements and related no disclosures. And we're also responsible to render the opinion at the end of the audit. So, no review of the financial statements. So, the government-wide statement of net position, you'll note there was an increase in the assets from prior year to current year, about $17.9 million. There were a few pieces of this. For governmental activities, there was an increase of about $16 million in capital assets from the prior year, about $14.8 million of construction in progress increases, mostly the New River Reach project, the Cole Boulevard project, as well as the fire station project. That was about $10.8 million of the increase. We also noticed an increase in cash in the the water and sewer capital cash, as well as in the general fund cash. Part of that was from operations, and part of that was a reimbursement received from a state revenue from the REACH grant, because the project was over the last few years. So there was a receivable, I believe, about $15 million last year that was actually received this year. Deferred outflows and deferred inflows liabilities. So the deferred outflows and deferred inflows liabilities kind of go together because the majority of this relates to the pension and OPEB. So they use a smoothing process to smooth any kind of changes in experience or assumptions over a period of time so that it doesn't have an immediate effect. So you'll note that there was an increase in those deferred outflows and a decrease in those deferred inflows. So but these do mainly relate to the pension and OPEB items. So liabilities, you'll note an increase of $10.6 million to $145.8 million. The main change on this is mainly the OPEB. That was the largest change. The OPEB changed about $10.3 million. So the net position. So net investment in capital assets. This is going to be your capital assets net of any related debt. You'll note there was an increase of about $10 million. This is also net of depreciation. So that did increase to $165.8 million. A restricted net position. So this is going to be any net position that's restricted by third party or enabling legislation, either federal, state, or local. That'd be the grants, laws, or ordinances. That did increase slightly to $45.3 million. And the unrestricted deficit, which is everything not in other categories, decreased slightly to $7.3 million. So you'll note the expenses at the statement of activities level did increase slightly to $51.7 million. And you'll want to note that I think In the statement of activities, this is going to include items from pension and OPEB, those changes. So that's not really a dollar for dollar. That's some actually, so when we get into the general fund next, you'll see the dollar for dollar. But the overall expenses of the city at that statement activities level did increase. You're going to note the increase in the charges for services. Most of this, I think there was a $1.2 million increase in general fund charges for services. I think that accounted for most of it. Operating grants increased slightly to $4.8 million. And then you'll note the capital grants and contributions decreased $27.9 million to about $12.9 million. This decrease, it specifically relates to the New River Reach Grant project, which this year you received $6 million for that because I think it was ending or towards the end of it, and then there was $36 million last year. So those are kind of a large kind of one-time grants. So just because there was a decrease there doesn't mean that's anything. It was like a one-time large payment last year. So you'll note that the overall program revenues are going to be revenues that are directly related to expenses. So anytime you get a capital grant, you're going to have, costs for those, or anytime you have a grant or charges for services, you're going to have related costs. So net cost of services was about $11 million. So then you'll look at the general revenue and taxes. This increased slightly to $18.5 million, and you'll note that most of that's going to be property tax, sales tax, TOT, and franchise fees. So you didn't see much change there. Also, investment earnings decreased slightly to $4.3 million, and then the rest of the revenue had a very minimal effect, $14,000. So overall change in that position for the current year was $11.5 million. It was a decrease from the prior year, but you do have to understand in the prior year you did have that REACH project, and that was about $36 million. So the way that comes in, it goes into capital assets. So you did, in essence, get an asset, but it was kind of a grant funded, like one-time grant funding for that specific project. Okay, for the general fund, you'll note that cash and investments increased slightly to $2.5 million, about a $600,000 increase, and the other general fund assets increased slightly to $3.8 million. So your overall assets did increase about $700,000 to $6.2 million. Liabilities, you'll note about a $460,000 increase to $1.1 million. And then looking at your deferred inflows of resources, and your deferred inflows of resources is going to relate to your lease receivable. So you have a lease receivable and the deferred inflows, which kind of like net out as the lease term goes on. That had a slight decrease. So that will, unless there's a new lease term, that will just decrease to zero. So then we're going to go into non-spendable, which is going to be your inventories and prepaids, slight decrease to $70,000. And then we'll note that in the prior year there was an assignment for Measure H funds, and that assignment has gone away this year. So that's down to zero. But you will note your unassigned fund balance, that is $4.9 million. So unassigned fund balance in the general fund is kind of your rainy day fund, kind of reserved since it's everything else that's not included in other categories. And that did increase about $1 million to $4.9 million. You will see that in a future slide in a key financial indicator on the rainy day fund of the city. Next, we're going to go into the revenues, expenditures, and change in fund balance for the general fund. So the revenues did increase. The largest increase was the $1.2 million in charges for services in the general fund, but also the expenditures increased as well. The largest increases in the expenditures were about $1.3 million in public safety and $500,000 in both the general government as well as capital outlay expenditures for the general fund. So overall revenues over expenditures, you did see an increase of $1.4 million. That was a decrease from the prior year's increase. So then we'll go into the other financing sources and uses. So these are transfers. And the transfers out of the general fund this year was about $1.1 million, the decrease from the prior year. But then you'll get to the overall change in fund balance of $297,000. That is a slight $890,000 decrease from the prior year. But looking at the key financial ratios, so this one here is going to be your unassigned fund balance to your annual expenditures. So this really is the rainy day fund of the city, and The GFOA, the best practice minimum fund balance in this ratio is 20%. So this year the city is over now. They're at the best practice for minimum. Obviously you want to be higher than that, but now you've kind of built up back. Now you're over 20%, which is good, and it gets to the Government Finance Officers Association best practice for this ratio. So then we're going to go over some sensitivity analysis. So you'll note the $37 million pension liability. If say the discount rate, that's the long-term rate of investment return, decreased or increased a percent, and you'll see that it would go up or go down. So that these are typically calculated by CalPERS, so that I don't think there's any current changes currently, but usually it's been going down, so it seems like the liability would typically go up. But for the city, I think the one that has more effect as of recently, it seems like the OPEB. So you'll note that if there was an increase or a decrease in the OPEB, you'll note the differences. But OPEB has two sensitivity analyses. One's going to be the discount rate, and the other is going to be healthcare costs. So you'll note that if the discount rate goes down, that means you're earning less on your investments. That means the cost goes up. But if healthcare rates go down, then which you'll note that the liability goes down as opposed to up. So it's kind of an inverse relationship there. Going forward to the audit results. For audit results on the city's annual financial report, unmodified opinions on all opinion units. This states that the financial statements are fairly presented in all material specs. Accounting policies have been consistently applied. The estimates are reasonable. The disclosures are properly reflected in the financial statements. Also, there were no disagreements with management, no material weaknesses and/or significant deficiencies noted in the internal control or financial reporting, no accounting issues, and no inappropriate activities were noted during our audit. We also performed the single audit. The results of the single audit, the major program we did select was the CDBG program, and that was about 62% of the total federal expenditures you guys had during the year. So our overall results, here you're going to have two different results. One's going to be the internal control of financial reporting and compliance and other matters, and for that we had an unmodified opinion. That's a clean opinion. That's what you're looking for. And then the other opinion we do give is the opinion on the compliance for each major federal program and on internal control over compliance. Also, that was unmodified, clean opinion on the program, the CDBG program that we did review. And once again, we'll note that there was no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies reported during our audit. That's the presentation.
Thank you for the presentation.
Is that it?
Thank you. Okay, so moving on to announcements. Now, last week, I'll start off. Last week, we didn't mention, or 2 weeks ago, we didn't mention the recognition of National Police Week between the month of May 10th to the 16th of 2026. And we feel that it's very important to address this because of the importance of our first responders out there doing what they do for all of us. So on behalf of the City Council and the residents of Calexico, we want to recognize and honor the brave men and women who put on the badge each day to protect, serve our communities. It is also a solemn reminder of the sacrifices made by officers and their families in the line of duty. I'm extremely proud of the Calexico Police Department, an organization filled with dedicated professionals who work tirelessly to keep our communities safe. I know firsthand the commitment, courage, and sacrifices that come with wearing the uniform. The Calexico Police Department is more than just an agency, it is a family. Through the years, I witnessed officers answering calls at all hours, comforting victims, protecting our neighborhoods, mentoring our youth, and standing strong during difficult times. Their work often goes unseen, but their impact is felt like single day throughout our city. Let us remember and honor those officers, especially Calexico Police Officer Adrian Cordova, End of Watch 2007, who made the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty. Let us also recognize the officers currently serving who continues to demonstrate integrity, professionalism, and dedication to despite the many challenges they face. To the men and women of the Calexico Police Department, thank you for your service, your courage, and your unwavering commitment to our community, and may God continue to watch over and protect each and every one of you, as Officer Adrian Cordova is doing so in the heaven above. So thank you, our Calexico police officer. If we can stand up and give them a round of applause for what they've done for us. I'm going to put the acting lieutenant on the spot. Would you like to say a few words?
Yes. I also want to take a moment to recognize and thank our officers, the men and women of our department who put on the badge every day and serve with courage and professionalism. To our officers, our dispatchers, our professional staff, and our volunteers. Thank you for your sacrifice and your service. The City of Calexico is proud of you and grateful for what you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd also like to make another announcement that this coming Monday, May the 25th, 2026, and I'm sure someone's going to mention it during their comments because I don't have the times. It's Memorial Day, celebrating Memorial Day on that event, on that early morning, and I believe it's going to be early morning at the cemetery, and I'm sure someone will make a comment on the times. So everyone's invited this coming Monday at the cemetery, so, to honor our heroes, our fallen heroes, and those that are still alive. Thank you. So moving on to public comments. This is a time for the public. I'm sorry, Attorney, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. This is the time for the public to address the City Council on any item not appearing on the agenda that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. The City Clerk will recognize you, and when you come to the microphone, please state your name and place of residence for the record. While members of the public are encouraged to participate, it is unlawful to disturb or delay the council meeting with personal or slanderous remarks. Group commentators may be requested to limit their group comments to 15 minutes. The City Council is prohibited by state law from taking action or discussing items not included in the printed agenda. If the item you wish to comment on is on the public portion of the agenda, we will take your comment when we get to that item on the agenda. Please direct your questions and comments to the City Council. The Mayor and City Council reserve the right to adjust this time limit based on the number of speakers who wish to address the Mayor and City Council.
The non-agenda items will be limited to a maximum of 30 minutes. If additional time is required for public comments, they will be heard towards the end of the meeting after the discussion of potential action items. It is now 7:24 p.m. and the public comments will pause at that time, and it'll pause at 7:55 p.m. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments?
Yes, we do. Ben Horton?
Thank you. I didn't expect to be the first one. Okay. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Ben Horton. I'm proud to serve as a board member of the Imperial Valley Regional Council Chamber of Commerce. What I would like to do today is to announce that we're in the city. We're looking forward to working with businesses to revitalize the businesses in order to move forward. But it does not come alone. We want to work with the council, the city manager, and the staff of Calexico. And this is not some one-sided deal where we're just in and out. We plan to make ourselves present. And the first thing we're going to do next Wednesday at the Hyatt Inn, we're going to have a little get-together for businesses to get to know what the chamber can do for them in Calexico. And I hope that is received with a positive point. And the businesses, and I say this lightly, have somewhat been neglected in Calexico. But that's not going to happen anymore. So, on behalf of the Regional Chamber, we're here. We look forward to working with everybody here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and council members, for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Tyler Brinkerhoff, and I am here on behalf of the Imperial Valley Regional Chamber Foundation regarding Lithium Valley and the specific documents which are available now for the public to view. I am going around to each of the communities throughout Imperial County and sharing these documents. And regarding, so Lithium Valley is an initiative of the County of Imperial, located in the northern region of the county near the Salton Sea, with the city of Calipatria as the nearest incorporated city, spanning approximately 51,000 acres of unincorporated county land. The area is guided by 2 draft planning documents, which were released by Imperial County. The draft Lithium Valley Specific Plan, which establishes a long-term framework for geothermal energy, lithium production, manufacturing, infrastructure, and conservation through land use and zoning policies, and the draft Program Environmental Impact Report, which evaluates potential environmental impacts, identifies mitigation measures, and supports future development by addressing issues such as air quality, water, transportation, and biological and cultural responses. These documents are available to the public to view at imperialcounty.org/LVSPPEIR, and I encourage each of you to take a look at these documents as it is available for public view to address. And these, I know that as you do so, you can be able to gain more engagement with the public in each of these communities, and so that everyone can be able to see these. And if there's any questions, they can be emailed to Lithium Valley at co.imperial.ca.us or phone call at 442-265-1001. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Legaspi, honorable council members and staff. My name is Enrique Alvarado. I'm here on behalf of the Calexico Baja Runners to cordially invite you. I know it was mentioned earlier, but to cordially invite you this weekend, actually starting Saturday. Saturday we beautify the cemetery, the final resting places for all veterans from Calexico and the valley that are laying to rest there. It's going to start at 9 a.m. this Saturday. And then on Monday, the 25th at 6 a.m., we're going to be placing flags at each final resting place of our, to honor those that paid the ultimate sacrifice. After that, at 7 o'clock, it's going to be breakfast that's put together by the Baja Runners, and at 11 o'clock is going to be the actual ceremony. So hopefully you all can make it, and also everybody here in the audience could also make it also as well. It's open to everybody. And like I said, the ceremony starts at 11 o'clock, so hopefully we get to see everybody there. Thank you.
Juan Moran.
Buenas noches, Honorable Mayor, council members, staff, and members of the public. Juan Moran, Vega Street, Calexico. Over the last 2 meetings, I've been outlining how cities in California organize themselves. First through the general law template, and then through the charter city framework. Tonight, I want to continue this series by looking at how other communities have used charter authority in practical ways. More than 120 cities in our state operate under a charter, each adopted through a vote of the residents. What stands out is that some cities use their charter to modernize outdated procedures. Others use it to streamline contracting rules or clarify roles within their government. Some focus on strengthening accountability or updating practices that no longer fit their community. Many adopted minimal charters that get most of the general law framework while adding some flexibility in few key areas. It is also important to note that certain reforms, such as directly electing a mayor, can be implemented by a general law city through a vote of the residents under California's government code. Becoming a charter city is not required for that specific change, but communities that wanted to address several governance questions at once often chose a charter model because it allowed them to design a single coherent local framework instead of making isolated adjustments over time. So charter authority is not a single model, it is a tool. Some cities make only small adjustments. Others make broader changes tailored to their needs. What matters is that each city makes choices that align with its circumstances, its challenges, and its long-term vision. Studying these examples help us understand the landscape of choices cities have and how communities across California have approached their governance with intention. It also reminds us that a city's future is shaped by the choices it makes and the direction it sets for itself. And in California, those decisions ultimately rest with the borders like the ones behind me. Every major change in governance, whether in a general law city or a charter city, must be approved by the committee at the ballot box. Residents are not just observers of their city's future, we are the ones who craft it. In the next part of this series, I will highlight a few specific case studies. These examples can help us think more clearly about the possibilities available to any community who wants to shape its governance. So tonight, I will close with this thought. Imagine a Calexico where residents understand the options before them, learn from the experiences of other cities, and shape our long-term vision with intention and transparency into the future. Thank you.
June Kim.
Good evening, council members and city employees and citizens of the Calexicos. Today I coming in, I didn't ready to speak for this stand, but I found the reason why I came today. And I always believe the government employees needs to pay decent level of the payrolls. That goes to private sector. The private sector and government employees, they always kind of a competition, so government payrolls is impacting private sector's salaries. Governments, they need to have employees, good employees, they need to have a pay for that. If not, they're gonna leave someplace. And certain places, this one is a small town, they connect each other, and sometimes they are not getting what they deserve. And also, the governments, they have a fancy name is cola, not the Coca-Colas. COLA is, what meaning is living cost adjustments. Why do they have to make the big noise today? Probably about less than years, they had issues again. What I see is that is a problem. Our administration, they don't know how to deal with the job. Administration, they make the plan to see city growing, at the same time taking care of the employees. Without promoted employees, city is not going to function in the right place. So please, council members, you are the duties dealing with all the cities. We cannot get the good service with the mad employees and hungers. Thank you.
Norma Aguilar.
Good evening. Norma Aguilar, 839 Heber Avenue. For the past 16 years, I have been directly or indirectly involved with Measure H. We just had a meeting yesterday. And part of our discussion, and I'm not speaking as the chair, I'm just speaking as to what happened at the meeting. Part of the discussion was wondering what is going on in terms of informing the public of what Measure H is doing. And then this new tax that's proposed to be put on the fall ballot to tack on another. So both would be involved. So both our citizens will be taxed twice. This is also with the knowledge that Measure H will sunset in 2010. And I understand what the intent is to dedicate that money specifically to police and fire. That's what Measure H committee has tried to be doing all along. If there was a deviation from that, it was not from Measure H, it was from past council members in the early 2000s moving forward, okay? So over the last 16 years, I don't see that there has ever been an effort to inform the public what it is that Measure H is doing. And so that the public knows, even then I'm not looking back at them, but they should know that Measure H funds 80%, if not more, of what our city is done. So this is your tax money, okay? So if it's going to sunset in 2030, we should be getting ready to put it on the ballot, to have it pass, so that it is money dedicated to the things that we want it to, like police, like fire, like whatever the citizens wanted to. We don't want the same thing that happened in 2010 to happen now in 2030, which is hoodwinking the public and not letting them know what it's doing. We have rebuilt the savings up to $2 million in Measure H. That was the emergency reserve, after it had been emptied before by previous administration, just to let you know. So please think about what you're doing. Thank you.
Luis Pacheco.
Timing. Luis Pacheco, IID Director for Calexico. Good afternoon. Some activities that we've had at the IID. May is our Water Safety Month. Dippy Duck is out, making his rounds. He'll visit at least 20,000 students, 45 schools, and bringing out the message, don't play, don't swim, and don't dive into canals. We had, last week, we initiated a large load demand tariff policy, which is the policy establishes rules for how the district will evaluate and serve mega energy use, like data centers and large industrial users. So we're going to do two things: put this out for 30 days and have the people comment on it, and then bring it back and we'll take a vote on it. But this is two things that we have in mind: protect our ratepayers and protect our power. We had a roundtable meeting with Congressman Reese, and his concern was environmental and public health concerns for our community. He's waiting for a report by the International Boundary and Water Commission, Binational Water Study. And this is an urgent priority for him, but once we find out what this report says, we will begin to negotiate the actions. We're initiating a new program called the Shift and Save. Everybody that applies for this gets a $250 debit card. And the thing there is that we're going to promote, don't use your electricity from 4 to 9 to save the energy. So once everybody signs up for this for 1 year, we're going to save our energy for this summer. So the program is called Shift and Save. Those that are currently on solar panels can't apply because we don't have a program for that yet. We don't have a program for you yet. This summer, you'll receive a 12% discount on your bills. We also had an audit report for 2025. We received a clean opinion, best possible outcome with no deficiencies, demonstrating financial stability and prudent financial reserves. I got to attend a ACWA meeting, that's the Association of California Water Agencies in Sacramento. The governor spoke of his 8 years, and he highlighted his water issues. I assisted regional meetings, heard about the latest bills in California dealing with water, and of course the water shortages and how we're going to meet and try to prepare for them in the future. So that's my report. Thank you.
Maritza Hurtado.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening. I just wanted to come here and say congratulations to the council for our intermodal transit center that just opened this past week. To many people in downtown, that's a huge, huge project for us because it is definitely going to change a lot of what the downtown has been in the past. It opens up opportunities and it opens up hope. It's the conversation that we are having as downtown business people, that this is what we were waiting for to be able to then continue further. I also wanted to say that I thought that it was an amazing thing to watch all of the staff there at the event. That's pretty good. We have a staff right now that's very united, and I really think that's amazing. Especially you, Mr. Villegas, congratulations. I saw you very proud, and that's, what we wanted. We wanted a staff that worked together well, that was gonna be presenting projects and be effective. And to see the camaraderie, to see the union that this city had that day was really good for us, especially as a downtown. Because the downtown, as you all know, we definitely need you. It's the first thing that everybody sees when they come into the city. So knowing that this staff is united that way on these projects, and that, we do have the A team, congratulations, because again, the city needed to have something like that so big. And it is a conversation that we were deserving for a really long time, because for a really long time, downtown did not have anything positive to talk about. It was just depressing. It still is a little, but right now, again, we're out there hoping that a Chamber of Commerce will put itself together eventually so that we can have some representation and to continue to work together with the city of Calexico for those things that we deserve as a downtown. We're struggling as a downtown, but also because Calexico is already a depressed economy. Just last night, I had a phone call from a young man that's asking me for a job, and he's a young man that has a title. He's got an accounting degree, and he can't find a job in this city as a professional. So we need to do something about it, and I really favor this effort that we're doing right now for downtown as a focus, especially the cleaning and the focus on moving the very difficult situation makes it a dangerous area and a very compromised area for health, because it is very unhealthy for all of us to be there. But we also understand that we need to pardon our dust and understand that not only the transportation center is getting accomplished, it's also our port of entry. So thank you so much, and congratulations.
One more. Okay, moving on to the city manager's report.
I have none, Mayor, thank you.
Nope, okay. Moving on to the commissioner's report. Any commission? No.
Good evening, Honorable Council, City staff, and members of the community. Patricia Orena, Community Services Chair, and Vice Chair Cristina Rojas. We met on Monday here at the Nene Torres Chambers, and we're happy to announce that yesterday we opened up all the registration for our city park and recreation services. If some of you haven't heard, people started lining up the night before to try to get into some of these services. And I guess that's a good thing, because it just tells us that we need more services here in Calexico. The commission also met regarding a couple of issues, and the big one is, of course, the ARPA reallocation funding. Commission looked at Rodriguez Park, and I want to say there's about 80,000 left there. This commission is really concerned about safety issues, picking up areas that are blighted and that need to be fixed. So with that, the commission had an action item to just concentrate on fixing things that are broken so that we can one day finish this park out. Nosotros Park, we did talk about estimate possible cost for ARPA. As it was stated years ago, a couple of years ago, there was about 500,000 allocated there. There's about 400 and some dollars left there. And part of it was we requested some possible cost estimates on items that need to be done there. And again, commissioners voted that we want to see things that are liability to get fixed. For instance, the dugouts at Nosotros are falling apart, and that could cause a liability for the kids. The other one is the soccer area in the middle, to redo that soccer area so that we can use it for possible multi-play and add new landscaping lines there so that we don't have all the bubbles there, maybe even lasering that. There was a concentration on an option for a playground, but commissioners opted out of that because we want to take care of the issues that are liability right now, removing that because there's still a lot of potholes. Some of you have gone to that facility and seen how deep those holes are. There was also talk about reviewing the public art policies within the city. There's some artwork around the city that needs to be retouched or redone, and our ad hoc committee is working on those as well. Hopefully after Vincent Memorial graduates are graduated, we can sit down with Vincent to talk about the MOU regarding the use of Rodriguez. Along with some other things, we talked about expanding recreation activities and things of that nature. One of the things that got tabled was to go dark in July and August because we have way too many things happening right now. And on June, we'll decide whether we're going to do that or not. And the last item is talking about maybe reviewing the fee structure. I think I've heard that maybe the city is looking to restructure all the fees because Calexico has the lowest fee structure here in the valley. We need to really look at that. So with that, we're happy again that the summer program guide is out, so the residents can look on the Calexico website or call the recreation office at 760-768-2176 for more information. And I want to say today was the last day for registration, but you can call and see if we can still find a class to participate this summer. And that's all we have to report for today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pat.
Can we ask questions?
Sure.
Sure.
Okay, I would like an update on what happened with the nonprofit that your commission attempted or opened. Can you let me know what happened with that?
Yes, thank you for the question. So we were asked by council to look at, or actually we were asked to meet with the city attorney, which we did, and there was some discrepancy on the starting up the nonprofit. And what happened is that when we first met, we needed a meeting place, as you do when you start a nonprofit. And so when we were speaking with the recreation manager, we put down the dual avenue, which was not what we were supposed to do. So as of last week, Jimmy Duron, who's spearheading the nonprofit, has changed the address on the portal for the state for this, because it's completely separate from the city. So we're going to probably move forward once that's taken care of, and we would like to bring it back to council for more information to provide to all of you as to how we would like to use this nonprofit to look for nonprofit grants that are passing us by as we speak today. As you all know, today, the California State Parks open up new grants for Prop 40. I think it's the second phase, so I think we talked about that with our grant writer, that we're looking to also find additional funding for Heber expansion. But there's other opportunities with this grant because you can actually apply for various parks. So again, we're looking for civic corporate funding that we can gather through this nonprofit so we can help supplement some of the programs here in Calexico.
But it's my understanding that 2 currently city commissioners are also on the board of that separate nonprofit?
There's actually 3 of us.
3 of you?
Not from the same commission, but from other commissions. And there's also other board members that will be seeking out that have an interest in being on the board. And again, that's something that we'll go back to the city attorney and see if that's something that we need to talk about, because it's completely separate from the city commission.
Right.
This is, you have 2 grant writers that are willing to write grants at no cost to the city to help us supplement funding for depleted programs.
Okay, well, when you bring that to the
Yeah.
to the council, I'd like to get the city attorney recommendation along with it.
Yes, and I would love to have a conversation on a one-on-one whenever you're available, okay?
I'd like it in public better.
Me too. Well, I still would like to meet with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pat.
Any other questions?
Moving on to, do we have any, oh, we got, that's what I was going to ask. Do we have any further?
Good afternoon, City Council and Mayor Legaspi. Thank you. I'm Blanca Morales, Chair of the Bid Commission. I did want to announce that we did have our meeting on April the 9th, and we did discuss some items regarding the downtown code enforcement in regards to if we have code enforcements out there, you know, looking after what's going on with the downtown business. Congratulations on our new transportation there. Another one of our topics that was that we had brought up was trash cans for downtown. I know that they got removed, and now that we have our new transportation system, I saw some really nice trash cans. So if there's a possibility that you can put it on your agenda for our next meeting. We do meet the following Thursday, which is going to be May the, where's Marisela? A week from this Thursday. I'm going to go ahead and put it on there. We also discussed Oktoberfest, and we also discussed adopted an alley, and we also were looking at vacant lots to see if we can get food trucks to come and have some activity in our vacant lots, and the broken valves and concrete lids that are happening in the sidewalks downtown. Thank you.
Any other commissioners? Thank you. No? Okay, moving on to city council comments and reports, the meetings they had attended. Councilmember Diana Notokumbo.
Nothing to report at this time, thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Adriana Marquez.
Good evening. Since our last meeting, I was able to attend the Transportation Center ribbon cutting. After that, we had the opportunity to tour and have a presentation at the New River Project. This was with other community members, community leaders, and other government agencies. Congressman Dr. Raul Ruiz was in attendance, and after that we had a roundtable where he sat down with the community members and spoke about all the problems that the New River brings into our communities. I also was able to participate in a meeting. There is plans in conducting a binational soccer tournament. The Calexico Parent Athletic Association y el Consulado Mexicano and some of the soccer teams from across our sister city, Mexicali, were in attendance as well. There was a special meeting for priority session last Wednesday, and I was also able to attend the Community Service Commission meeting. One of the things and important issues that were brought up during that meeting is we were fortunate enough to get obtain some trees from the IID. However, how are we going to maintain them? How are we going to keep them up? Because I know that the irrigation system in some of those parks are not available. So we are planting these trees, but how are we going to maintain them? And I know that right now a lot of the community volunteers are having to go and water them, correct? So that's just something to think about. That's all.
Thank you, Councilmember Adriana Marquez. Mayor Pro Tem Lencho Calderon.
Yeah, good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining us tonight. Since our last meeting on May 7th, we had a visit from Sarah Solorzano from the Congressman Dr. Reed's office. Excuse me. She came down to set up the meeting that was going to take place on May 11th. Also on May 8th, we held an ad hoc committee along with Councilwoman Thailanda and some of the staff regarding the public safety measure that will possibly be going up on November 3rd. November 11th, I also attended the Calexico Intermodal Transportation Center ribbon cutting ceremony, and I just want to take this time to thank all the politicians and people that came from other cities to see our new transportation center. After this ribbon cutting, we also had a roundtable, like Ms. Marquez was saying, with Dr. Reese. He addressed some of the issues that we have with the New River, but most important, he had the opportunity to hear testimonies from some of the citizens that live on Calexico Street and people that have had actually problems as a result of the New River. Let's see, May 13th, I also attended the priority session with the rest of the council, and hopefully we can set some priorities for our city. May 14th, I attended a meeting with the mayor and staff, with some of the staff at Grand Plaza, with possibly getting a shuttle service for the Grand Plaza. May 18th, again, we had an ad hoc committee with staff regarding the public safety measure, which also will be hopefully placed on November 3rd. And last but not least, I just want to mention that a FPPC complaint was filed on me for abstaining on my last council meeting that we had, and it was regarding the street improvement project that I abstained. And I just want to make it clear that I did not select these streets. I had nothing to do with these 12 streets that were selected. Public Works selected them. I did abstain, and the reason I abstained because I own a house, 813 Encanto Drive, and I've owned this house since 1986. I abstained from voting because I didn't want the slightest appearance of improprieties. It is important for me to keep the trust of all of you that are sitting here today, and those that are watching via internet. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Lencho Calderon. Good evening, everyone, again. I'd like to start off by congratulating our commissioners who have done a great job in our city, either working, cleaning up our downtown area, residential area. But most of all, I want to thank our chairperson. I'd like to thank Pat Ureña and Blanco Morales for doing an outstanding job caring for the city of Calexico, doing 100 things at the same time. And they're very, very busy, and I congratulate both of you ladies for doing a remarkable job for the city of Calexico. Don't give up, continue to go forward, and God bless you both. So thank you very much for being there for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So Mayor Pro Tem Calderon and other staff members and myself, we had a meeting in reference to traffic issues and the left turn lane, which is something that keeps popping up regarding to 2nd and Cesar Chavez Boulevard. We're going to try to find a solution with the Acting Lieutenant Carvajal and the Chief Orozco. Also met with Calexico Police Commissioners Ad Hoc Committee regarding to community cleanup, the community public safety, and the National Night Out. Also, I met council members attended the ICTC ribbon cutting of the Calexico Intermodal Transportation. And I want to thank, we would like to thank especially Congressman Reese for his attendance and assistance in making this happen. Councilmember Marcus and I attended the educational fundraiser at the Carmen Durazos, and this was a fundraiser for our students, supporting our students in their education for a better future. Councilmember Adriana Marquez, myself, are assisting with the Mexican Consulate. Rocio is also helping us out with Carmen Estrada reference to this binational soccer game that it's dated hopefully in October, with over 200 participants that will be playing coming from Mexicali, Imperial Valley, and Yuma. So thank you, Carmen, for putting that together. And that's all I have to report. Moving on to the consent agenda items, do I have a motion for approval minus, we're going to be pulling out item number 12 for discussion. And do I have a motion?
I motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Motion was approved by Mayor Pro Tem Lencho Calderon, second by Council Member Diana Nurucumbo.
We're also moving 14, correct?
Yeah, 14 is going to discussion and action items.
All right.
So, Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Mayor Legaspi,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Calderon,
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Thailenda is absent, Councilmember Noricumbo,
Yes.
motion passes.
Thank you. Moving on to the pulled consent agenda item number 12, the resolution of the City of Calexico accepting the State of California Citizens Options for Public Safety COPS funded program. Do we have a report, a staff report on that?
Yes, we do.
Okay, Lieutenant.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and council members. This item 12 is a resolution for the City of Calexico to accept State of California Citizen Option for Public Safety, or COPS, funds for fiscal year 2025-2026. Just a little bit of background. For the past 24 years, the Calexico Police Department has received funding from the State of California from the COPS program. County administrative staff have advised that the Calexico Police Department has been allocated $100,000 from this program. The funds will provide salary and benefits for a police officer, and also for equipment and training for the Calexico Police Department. This will be a, versus the fiscal impact, it's going to be a budget augmentation to the budget of $100,000.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Do we have any public comments?
We do not.
No? Okay, call for council discussion. Councilmember Diana Nukumba, please.
Yes, I asked to pull this item because I just wanted clarification. Under the discussion, under the background, you mentioned that the 100,000 would be to cover one police officer, the salaries of police officer and equipment and training. But then in the fiscal impact, it only says police budget augmentation for equipment and training. So I was confused if, are we hiring another police officer with these funds? Are we supplementing the wages of one police officer with these funds? And because it's important to know that if we are, then we can use, so kind of that was my confusion. Are we hiring another police officer?
It historically pays for a police officer, so it'd be paying for a police officer.
A police officer that we currently have?
Correct.
So then we'll have an additional 100,000 or for other equipment and training?
Correct.
Okay, so we're not getting another police officer?
Well, we are hiring other police officers, but this historically pays for a police officer. It's been going on for the past 20 years, 20 plus years.
Okay. That was my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Diana Marquez?
No questions.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Blancho Calderon?
I have no questions.
Thank you. Call for a motion?
Motion to approve?
Okay, do I have a second? Okay. Motion approved was made by Councilmember Diana Nukumbo, second by Mayor Pro Tem Blancho Calderon. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Mayor Legaspi?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Calderon?
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez?
Yes.
Councilmember Thailenda is absent. Councilmember Noricumbo?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay. Moving on to discussion of potential action items. At this time, I will be recusing myself because of item number 15.
Going on 14 now?
No, 14 goes to the end of 17.
After
Yeah,
number
the 14
17.
goes to the end of 7. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. Okay. We're going to go on to item 15, discussion and action regarding request for proposals for redesign services for an Adrian C. Cordova Memorial Park, RFP number 2025-900. Do we have any staff reports?
Yes, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and honorable council members. We are getting back to this agenda item, which was previously on the agenda of April 1st, 2026, as item number 7. Basically, we were following directions to do this RFP. We received on March 6th 5 proposals, which were between $587,000 and up to $1,422,000 roughly. So basically, in the past, we didn't receive any direction as to how to proceed. We have 2 options since the amount is way higher than anticipated. So we have 2 options for this project. One is proceed with selection based on the results we received. We are going to be doing a more accurate or more detailed review and probably make interviews of the top 3 companies after our selection, or the option number 2, which is terminate and reevaluate this project and try to explore a more effective, cost-effective methods to get this park or this project moving along. So this is up to the City Council how to proceed, and here I am for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Villegas. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments?
Yes, we do. First speaker is Jesus Solano.
Good evening, Jesus Solano, 426 Rosebank, Calexico. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, council members, city manager and staff and residents. We need to understand that Adrian Cordova is not a gated park. It's not a gated park. It's a community park. Previous administration approved the 3 baseball diamonds there based on the direction from administration and the council. About $1.5 million has been invested from Measure H, exclusively from Measure H. Okay, they didn't tap into any other funding for those baseballs, diamonds. However, there's a dispute with some residents that they disbelieve that amount has been invested. Now, this council needs to understand whatever happens today, it's on your watch. You can't blame previous administration or previous council. It's on you. You guys own it today. Now, the lowest bidder is pretty close to $600,000. The highest bidder is $1.4 million. Cordova, the Victoria neighborhood, has approximately like a 1.4 million, 1.6 million on balance. That neighborhood does not generate more than $222,000 on an average per year. So even if you go with the lowest bidder, that's wasteful spending money, okay? I strongly believe that this council should decide and invest that money. With $600,000, you can literally start the parking lot right there where the dirt mountain is located. You can also start the basketball courts and include the tennis courts. And then you still have money left. You still have money left for the other amenities. The residents have been requesting walking trails, additional amenities, shades, improvement to the playground. So if this council is wise, I'm saying, if this council is wise, you know, you would not waste that money. You would turn around and invest that money into the playground and to the rest of the amenities to improve. And the other thing is about, we'll talk about that later on pertaining on opening up the park. But we need to understand that $1.5 million has been invested from Measure H. And it's exclusively why? Because it was designated for the police department, fire department, parks and recreation. So that's money well invested. So we don't want to be wasting tax money. So my direction would be, you know, you have an excellent team up here. I call it the dream team. You have an excellent team with knowledge. They know what to do. What this council has to do is delegate to the city manager, and city manager delegates to the department heads and work as a team. We have enough knowledge on board right now to take care of that situation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Solano.
Alejandrina Rangel.
Good evening. My name is Alejandrina Rangel. I am a resident at Victoria Villas here in Calexico. We are witnessing past choices made on Cordova Park and for our city. Those 3 baseball parks were built on 10 acres, on the 15-acre land that we have. And they were built on this community park without environmental review, without proper permits, without engineering plans, without the consent of a single CDF resident. It was built by city employees instead of licensed contractors. This is what the past has been, and we've been there. Today, you have an opportunity to make things right for future generations. Now, during my youth, sports kept me out of trouble. It was my escape from a dysfunctional family. Growing up at Rockwood Village, Las Pichoneras, we had a basketball court. I played with my best friend, and I watched with my own eyes future school principals play when they were teens there in Las Pichoneras. Good things came out of there. We had beautiful grass and sidewalks where I roller skated. It was a safe place. Today, I envision Cordova Park when I walk, when I see people there visiting, when my grandma comes over, because it's a safe place where people of young and old can take a long stroll. They meditate, they get away from all the noise. We don't need more noise. Providing Calexico residents with a diverse community park, making, creating, and molding all-stars. Like I was once an all-star. I played all sports. So 20 years have passed, and we're looking into 20 years more. That's $10 million. There's money that the residents pay, that we pay, and we love to pay because we love Calexico. We love our area. We don't mind paying. Now, where was I? So, the administration of the funds, again, yes, like this gentleman said, please use it wisely. Calexico is dealing with horrible financial issues. Use the funds wisely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ismael Orrizo.
Buenas tardes, buenas noches. What item am I talking on? Is it 15? So, I am in support of redesigning this park because, like the previous speaker just said, the majority of the park is for baseball, when in reality, the community of Calexico, by majority, do not play baseball. I work in education. Ms. Marquez, in our school, they play a lot of different sports. They play basketball, volleyball, tetherball, football. Your son's a really good football coach and basketball coach. I know there's students that love every sport, baseball specifically. It's a really good sport. I watch with my grandpa almost every day. But not everyone can play baseball, and not everyone wants to play baseball. Multi-purpose courts that allow more than one sport would be amazing. It is an essential for all demographics to be represented. Runners, walkers, volleyball, handball, tennis, jungle gyms, tetherball, and even amphitheaters. Theaters are also an activity we can do outdoors. I want an area where we can have picnics, a place where we can read books and work on our education and our work as an individual. A park should be a place where people can meet in community, not just one community, but as many as possible. And I think a redesigning of this park is very much necessary. The fencing, it's a disgust because I remember growing up on Meadows and there was no park. It was just dirt on both lots. So what do? We would still go. We would take our bikes. We would just be anywhere playing soccer. Or I remember my dad bought us a rocket, right? The science rocket. Where else could you shoot a rocket? Not in your backyard. You had to go to the park. And it wasn't even a park. It was just a lot of dirt. We never found that rocket. But to know that a student or a child that wanted to do the same thing would have to go out in the fields because there's a fence around that piece of dirt. I think that piece of land would be more useful without a fence or even baseball fields. It would just be better as dirt where people can actually use the space. For the past, we have to do the right thing. And people for decades did not choose the right designs, and there was public-private interests that were at hand. And right now, we have the choice to do the right choice, right? So I really hope that you guys can rethink and reevaluate. Thank you for those that are bringing up, and just redesigning is very much necessary. I know other places in the community of Calexico have a tax where you expect a park to be put up, and I grew up my whole life, ya tengo 26, and that park, I've been thinking about it since I was 10, right? And my mom was promised that park when she bought that house. And when I tell her the stories of what we're doing here, the fact that there was 3 baseball fields, that it's obvious a private interest for some people in the community, and even just the disaster that's gonna bring.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Claudia Martínez.
Buenas tardes, miembros del concilio. Mi nombre es Claudia Martínez, vivo en el 2222 de Cleveland y hoy venimos nuevamente a solicitar el rediseño del parque para que cumpla su función como un verdadero espacio comunitario e inclusivo, en coherencia con la misión de la ciudad de Calexico de servir a todos sus residentes y mejorar su calidad de vida. Con el tiempo, decisiones de planificación que no consideraron adecuadamente el impacto en la comunidad han desvirtuado el diseño original del parque, reduciendo significativamente su uso equilibrado. Apoyamos el deporte, apoyamos a nuestros niños y jóvenes, pero el interés de un solo grupo no puede prevalecer sobre el bienestar de toda una zona residencial. Perdón. Los problemas de tráfico, estacionamiento, ruido ya son una realidad para los vecinos, además de que los residentes seguimos contribuyendo a un CFD para el mantenimiento del parque, por lo que es razonable y justo exigir un rediseño más equilibrado y funcional para toda la comunidad. Este es un asunto sobre todo de transparencia, de equidad, de planificación responsable, de respeto a la comunidad que rodea este espacio. Les pedimos tomar una acción concreta el día de hoy. Muchas gracias.
Manny Hernández.
Good evening, everyone. One of the things that I want to start with is thinking about unifying Calexico. I think that listening to both sides, one of them thinking about sports, kids, the other one, the residents. We all have very, very important points about this. But one of the things that do unite all of us is love for Calexico. And you as leaders, I'm asking for you guys to have that in mind, that you're representing other cities that are looking at us. I hope that we all move towards more of a commitment to move forward, more of a commitment to work together and eliminate even the wording of lawsuits and things of that nature. I'm going to speak as a resident. I do live 2 blocks away from that park. I do invite you to stop by around 5, 6 o'clock at night when it's full of kids and families. But it's hard to drive by it. It is dangerous for kids because they're running around. And we only have one little football field. Imagine having 3 baseball parks there in a very small park. So this sets a precedent. As we're moving forward for new projects in Calexico, let's do it right. Just because it was done before does not mean it was done right. So please do it right this time. And consider the residents as well as the kids. I'm not saying no. Do we need 3 diamonds in that small area? Do we? Can we relocate some of them? Can we look for alternatives into other parks, into other the city has many other land, other places that maybe you can utilize the same equipment. Let's look for alternatives and work together as one Calexico.
Santa Carter.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Santa Carter y soy residente de Victoria Villas. Y pues vengo a hablar de lo mismo. No sé por qué estamos rogando, porque estamos implorando si nosotros somos los que pagamos los impuestos, la verdad. Los campos de béisbol están muy cerca de las casas. La construcción se hizo ilegalmente, sin estudios de impacto, porque sabían que allí no es área ni suficiente grande ni adecuada para los campos de béisbol. Mantener los campos de béisbol es muy caro, las ligas no pagan su mantenimiento y como residentes les propusimos donar el equipo y transferirlos a los campos ya existentes. Equipos que nosotros no pedimos, solo pedimos inicialmente cuando recién compramos las casas, área para caminar con canchas de básquetbol y algunas de tenis, ya que no nos hicieron la alberca con aparatos para discapacitados, el chapoteadero y el cuarto comunitario para las fiestas, que eso sí pedimos y pagamos mucho por tantos años. Es muy evidente que la comunidad alrededor del parque no estamos de acuerdo con las canchas de béisbol, pero lo que sí estamos viendo es que hay intereses personales, privados allí.
Carolina Campos.
Buenas tardes. Señor Calderón, usted dice que no hay dinero. ¿Quién miente? Porque los libros de la ciudad dicen que hay más de 1,5 millones, más la acumulación de $250,000 anuales extras. Mienten para que se queden las ligas con el parque, a costa del dinero que paga la gente del CFD. A la gente nunca pidió campos 3 de béisbol, mucho menos esa fue la propuesta de la ciudad y el constructor. Nos hicieron al vendernos. Si no, aquí no hubiéramos comprado casa. Son un peligro. Ahí no es área para 3 campos de béisbol. Recurra a su sentido común de que los estudios de impacto son requeridos para este tipo de campos de béisbol por los riesgos que conlleva. Sería mucho más caro pagar un accidente causado por negligencia de la ciudad, por un niño lastimado y con daños. Ustedes serán responsables totalmente cuando esto suceda. Muchas gracias.
José Escoto.
Buenas noches a todos. Es de veras que ahorita de oír todo lo que se está hablando y todo, no entiendo todavía si la gente, la comunidad está pidiendo esto, sigamos todavía con lo mismo. De veras, no sé si no quieren rediseñarlo, porque la última junta que yo vine, dijeron que prometieron que iban a rediseñar el parque. Y ahorita yo paso por ahí, veo niños adentro donde está la tierra, jugando arriba de la tierra, pudiéndose lastimar. Llamé hasta la policía para que fuera a revisar y eso, y todavía seguimos teniendo el cochinero allí. ¿Es tan difícil? ¿Cuesta mucho más de lo que ya tienen en reserva? ¿O por qué es el capricho todavía de seguir teniendo esto? ¿O quién es el que no quiere poner la decisión de que ya se termine todo esto? Toda la gente, vean, toda la gente aquí, teniéndolos en cada junta. Y ustedes ahí poniendo la cara, o sea, es lo que yo no entiendo todavía. Gente que viene a hablar, gente nueva, que siguen viniendo. En realidad, 3 canchas de béisbol son los impuestos de todos. Y no se puede hacer todavía nada. No lo pueden rediseñar. El que está encargado no lo puede hacer. ¿O es porque ustedes no quieren hacerlo? Eso es lo que yo todavía no puedo entender. Tengo 20 años que yo me vine de otra ciudad, tengo 20 años aquí, viviendo en la comunidad, cuando se prometió un parque. Yo todavía no veo el parque. Sigo teniendo el mismo montón de basura que tienen ahí. Se hizo la mitad y la otra mitad la terminan, pero ¿a costillas de quién? La comunidad no está de acuerdo. He visto mucha gente que ha venido de deportes y eso, ahora son otros nuevos. Y seguimos en el mismo tema, sacando a la gente de su casa por algo que no pueden decidir. Digo, no sé quién es el que tome la decisión o no, o si es por votación, o por qué no están de acuerdo, o no se ponen de acuerdo, y seguimos viniendo. Ahorita si no se ponen de acuerdo, otra vez vamos a venir otra vez, por lo mismo. Yo no sé a quién le gusta jugar más este juego, si a ustedes o hacernos perder el tiempo a nosotros. Yo no sé a quién le gusta jugar este juego.
Gracias.
Diana Garzón.
My name is Diana Garzón. I'm a Victoria's Villas resident, and I'm here to request the redesign of Cordova Park. It is a common knowledge that physical activity helps prevent disease, restore health, and even reduce the medication dosages required to treat conditions such as diabetes and hypertension, chronic illness that impose significant costs on our healthcare system. Furthermore, today's youth face a distinct social challenge, a sedentary lifestyle, driven by the use of electronic devices. To compete with these temptations, we need adequate and appealing facilities where our young people can engage in sport and cultivate healthy habits, habits that will keep them safe from chronic diseases and substance abuse. That fact that more than 50% of Cordova Park's space is currently dedicated to a single sport serves only a small segment of the community, rather than the young people who live in the park's immediate vicinity. A park that is rightfully theirs. That is why I'm here today to request the redesign of Cordova Park. Thank you.
Berta Carreño.
Muy buenas noches, miembros del concilio. Buenas noches a todos los residentes que se encuentran aquí. Mi nombre es Berta Carreño, residente de la ciudad de Calexico, 1141 East 2nd Street. Y esta noche estoy aquí porque una vez más estamos discutiendo un tema que ya se está haciendo muy cotidiano en las juntas del concilio. ¿Por qué? Pues porque los problemas siguen. ¿Por qué? Porque este es un tema que nos ha dividido increíblemente. Ha dividido a nuestra comunidad y ahí están los unos contra los otros y no nos podemos poner de acuerdo. A veces es muy fácil buscar culpables de problemas, pero es más fácil encontrar soluciones. ¿Por qué no venimos aquí con soluciones? ¿Por qué no hablamos de qué es lo que necesita la comunidad? La comunidad necesita un parque que incluya todas las disciplinas. Esa es la verdad. No se le van a quitar nada a los demás niños. Habrá niños que jueguen fútbol, habrá niños que jueguen béisbol, habrá niños que jueguen básquetbol, habrá niños que paseen en sus bicicletas bajo la supervisión de sus padres que puedan caminar por esos andadores. Habrá personas mayores que puedan disfrutar de clases de tai chi o de alguna otra disciplina. Ese es un parque que identifica a la comunidad. Ese es un parque que incluye a todos. Por favor, recordemos que Calexico no es nomás el Parque Córdoba, el Community Center, los seniors o los niños. Calexico somos 35,000 residentes que vivimos aquí, que pagamos impuestos y que amamos a esta ciudad. Calexico somos una comunidad unida, necesitamos unión. Hoy, en este momento, específicamente cuando nuestra economía está tan débil, necesitamos unirnos en soluciones y empecemos por las más prácticas. Ese parque tiene 20 años en disputa. Por favor, es tiempo de resolverlo. Espero, por favor, se lo suplico, que esta noche su voto sea razonado y que escuchen la voz de todas estas personas que ya tienen años hablando sobre lo mismo. No queremos que se haga esta una enfermedad crónica de Calexico. Queremos que esto se resuelva de la mejor manera posible y escuchar al pueblo. Muchas gracias por su atención.
Daniela Flores.
Buenas tardes, me llamo Daniela Flores, soy la directora ejecutiva de la organización llamada Equidad y Justicia del Valle Imperial. Llevamos aquí en Calexico participando 6 años, estamos muy enterados de la historia de corrupción que ha habido en Calexico, también estamos enterados de los 20 años que seguimos esperando que la segunda parte del parque sea diseñado de una manera que está disponible para todos los diferentes deportes, para las personas que lo quieren usar, de la forma que los residentes están nombrando hoy. Yo estoy muy de acuerdo con todo lo que se ha dicho sobre la unidad que se necesita ver en este concilio en resolver este problema de 20 años. Los residentes ya han pagado más de 5 millones de dólares y van a pagar muchos miles más hasta el 2040 y algo. Es muy importante que esos millones de dólares que se están pagando, que no se use la excusa de que no hay dinero, porque esos residentes sí han pagado ese dinero. Yo entiendo que, como han comentado, ustedes entraron y ya estaba este problema, pero todos ustedes han sido residentes, todos ustedes se acuerdan los 20 años que ha estado en pausa, y nosotros con la esperanza de que vamos a poder usar ese espacio también, pero se necesita asegurar que haya espacio para béisbol, básquetbol, también béisbol, pero no ocupamos 3, ocupamos que haya balance, que se puedan usar los espacios, un espacio que se pueda usar de diferentes formas. Yo pienso que es muy importante que tengamos claridad cómo se han usado esos 5 millones de dólares que se han pagado en 20 años, porque sin eso no hay confianza. Cuando dicen que no hay presupuesto, pues ellos van a decir ya han pagado 5 millones. Hay que entender cómo se han usado y cómo se pueden usar las proyecciones de los 230,000 que se van a estar pagando cada año para incluir el rediseño y que se haga el estudio ambiental. Es su responsabilidad de que hagan las preguntas ya que llegaron a esta posición y decir, ¿por qué se hizo ilegalmente? Yo estoy enterada de que se hizo, fue una porquería de cómo se hizo. Y ustedes los van a, pues son responsables de hacerlo correcto, que se haga un estudio ambiental, que se haga el rediseño y pues que se escuche a los residentes que están pagando para estos fondos. Gracias.
Luis Romero.
Sí, buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Antonio Romero, soy entrenador de fútbol de niños y vengo aquí pues para protestar en contra pues el campo de fútbol se ocupa. Y sí, no estoy en contra de los residentes de ahí que quieren su campo de esto y el otro, nomás que sí se pongan de acuerdo todos ahí, porque al cerrar un parque también cierran sueños de niños, pues es todo. Gracias.
Roberto Mosqueda. Mónica Rico.
Buenas noches, miembros del concilio. Mi nombre es Mónica Rico. Hablo en representación de los coaches, jugadores y familia que utilizamos el parque. Queremos pedirle que no se cierren completamente el área de campos deportivos porque actualmente son fundamentales para nuestros niños y jóvenes. Nosotros,
Señorita,
¿Se puede acercar más al micrófono?
Sí.
Muchas gracias.
Dice, nosotros como coaches dependemos de esos espacios para prácticas, juegos y actividades que mantenemos mucho los jóvenes activos, disciplinados y alejados de problemas. Cada semana, cientos de familias utilizan esos campos para muchos niños. El deporte es más que un juego, es una motivación, una rutina sana y un seguro lugar. Pedimos que nos escuchen también la voz de quienes trabajamos directamente con los jóvenes y vivimos día a día la necesidad de estos espacios deportivos. Invertir en los campos también significa invertir en la juventud y en el futuro de nuestra comunidad. Muchas gracias.
Maritza Hurtado.
Good evening once again. I just wanted to clarify that today the children of the sports programs of baseball are not here today because, number one, Ms. Noricumbo usually will yell at them and tell them to leave here and go back to playing the sport. But they are going through their very beautiful moment right now of having won, and so they're in their competition. So they're not going to be here today. And I think it's really important to know that within all of this, there really hasn't been any consideration towards the sports programs that are being affected. So that's really important. But I did give you guys all this right here, and I didn't give enough to the public, but it's an important package here with regard to what we have gone through, and I think it's important for the public to know that we do have a new set of attorneys. There's 2 new attorneys that can give a fresh look at the process that was flawed. The process was flawed because the first item that I have here for you is a picture of the results from the town hall that resulted in only 5 people. 5 out of 580 people that live in the area, only 5 asked for removal. But in the first place, I think it's really important because if you go back to a social media post from March of 2025, it's really important that what we have not done for this community, because since the process was flawed and the previous mayor decided to cancel surveys and manipulate, I think it's important, City Attorney and Council, that we understand what truly is the protocols that are being indicated that were not followed. The protocols that were outlined in the CFD regulations, that's in your letter here, that previous mayor indicated that that's what the problem here about the previous process from previous council, because we cannot as a city go back in growth. We cannot. So all of the gaslighting that has been happening since last year has been extremely manipulative, and it's not fair to the community not to understand what truly a CFD is. The previous mayor indicated that the CFD was the regulations and the protocols that we were supposed to be following. However, a CFD is not an HOA. So an HOA has voting rights and CFD does not. So when we heard from this council the information that a CFD was violated, I think it's really important that the city take the time, especially because like what you're seeing here about Rick Daniels, our previous manager, city manager, he was instructed to do an investigation, a 30-day investigation. He never was able to provide that information to the public, so the public didn't have the proper information. We went with just what was given to us. So with canceled surveys, manipulation, and it looks here that our previous city manager says that there was some. Thank you.
Thank you.
June Kim.
Good evening. Sad to stand up here today, our community fighting each other. Yes. I believe some part of it is not your current council's fault, but the past council, they didn't do job right. And the problem over here to Victoria, there's Bravo Victoria CFT project. And city obligate to make it park and the street because they have one only park the new style park is the only one. They had running costs they made to CFT for the service portions. You know how much city owed to that CFT bond? $15 million, last 20 years. According to the book of the city, every year, $745,000 they collected for the safety bonds, safety fees. How much is spent? 3% only. So most of the money they collected, city used it. So city owes the CFT $15 million in 20 years. Now, that is for the city. It's a city park, but that belongs to CFT project, Bravo Victoria. That project they own it. Any changes from there, city supposed to call all the CFT areas residents have to call them to take the board to change it. And they didn't do it. And I feel like this somebody using the people's need of the sports, they are trying to make them some own business. That's what I feel. Why they have to insist that they already have the place to play. Suddenly they come say, oh, you're gonna run over the nice areas. They even have a nice and peaceful living place. Cost them. Now, city made a mistake, and believe the people that belongs to everybody. Of course, it belongs to citizens, but that is community park. It's make it nice when they have all the jogging. They have a little tennis court.
Thank you, Mr. Kim.
Okay, thank you.
Yolanda Cunningham.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Yolanda Cunningham y vivo en el 1901 Fillmore. Aquí estamos otra vez pidiéndoles que lleven a cabo por fin el rediseño del Parque de Córdoba. Estemos pagando 20 años, ya las personas ya lo mencionaron, 20 años pagando casi $5 millones y les vamos a pagar 5 millones más. Lo único que queremos esa comunidad es vivir en paz. Ese parque es utilizado, ya se lo hemos dicho por muchas veces por muchas familias de todo Calexico. Nosotros lo único que estamos pidiendo es que las cosas se hagan bien. Estamos en contra del abuso que se ha hecho. 3 canchas de béisbol es demasiado. Necesitamos espacios para otros deportes. Las únicas ya se les notificó, espero que los abogados les hayan dejado saber las cuestiones legales. Ese parque no debe de abrirse si no tiene los estudios de impacto. Ya lo hemos hablado con el señor Villegas y tienen que hacer esos estudios de impacto porque nunca se hicieron. Si ustedes abren ese parque, lo van a abrir de una manera ilegal, arbitraria. Busquemos soluciones, como lo han dicho las personas aquí, pero la única solución real y legal es que se hagan esos estudios. Si no, estaríamos violando la ley y yo creo que sus abogados deberían de dejárselo saber. Otra de las cosas ilegales que se han hecho en contra de la gente es que nosotros no podemos estar pagando impuestos y no recibir por lo que pagamos. Les vamos a pagar $5 millones más. ¿Por qué vamos a pagar un impuesto si no estamos recibiendo lo que nosotros necesitamos como comunidad, lo que se acordó con nosotros? Y todavía estamos cediendo mucho, estamos buscando un balance para todos. Deberían de verdad
esto nos, como dijo la señora Carreño, esto nos está dividiendo. Desde un principio se buscó la solución y se buscó una solución de que no se gastara tanto. Pero ¿saben qué? No se pudo. ¿Por qué? Porque hay ambiciones de grupos privados. Las ligas al final del día son negocios privados y la prioridad de la ciudad debe ser la de sus residentes, no de negocios privados. Esa no es un área comercial, es un área residencial. Yo no sé, me da tanta pena que nosotros como ciudadanos nos pongamos de acuerdo y que tengamos que buscar los medios, tenemos que defender de las personas en las que nosotros debemos confiar.
Muchas gracias.
Ángela Moreno.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. My name is Angela Moreno. I'm a longtime resident of Calexico. And I just want to say that I appreciate every single...
Can you just get a little closer to the mic?
Sorry, I thought it was too loud. I want to say that I appreciate every single community member that is here today present, giving us their statement, their concerns in regards to where they live, in regards to all the times that they've been up here asking the council and staff to be listened, to be heard, and to do the right thing. Now, several people here have come up here and spoken, and they call you guys the dream team. Are you guys the dream team for their purposes or for the community? Also, we have people come up here that do not reside in Calexico. And, you know, I don't understand why they're fighting for a park that they'll never use. So I think it's important today and every day that you guys really listen to your community, because after all, they voted for you. You guys were elected by the people. I voted for you. So I hope and I pray that you guys really take a good look and listen and remember everything that has been said here today. Because honestly, it'll be an injustice. If I were there, I'd be up here too fighting. I'm sure if you were there, you'd also be unhappy because you're paying for something that you were promised and you never have had. So, again, I ask you, please take their voices into consideration. Put your differences aside. Think with your heart, not with your head, and pay attention to what they're asking for you. I think it's just right, and it's proper, and who knows, maybe you guys can redeem yourselves from all the negative backlash that you've been getting ever since this started. And we're going on what? For this council, how many years has it been? 2? And you still have 2 more years here. Well, not for Diana and Ms. Tylenda. So please, listen to the community that lives here, that pays taxes here. Our youth need more parks. Our youth needs more sports, not just baseball. I know they play baseball at the
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Emma Flores.
Buenas noches a todos. Pues los quiero felicitar, están aquí en una comunidad que es muy movida. El Rec Center nos enseña eso, hay una lista de espera en muchas de las actividades y también se hace una fila larga cuando es para el tiempo de registrarse. Muchos lugares quieren que su comunidad sea que tengan más interés en ser movidos, y aquí ya lo tienen. Qué bonito que está la comunidad aquí pidiendo un parque para ellos, ¿verdad? Para todos, claro, los niños, gente mayor, para todos, pero claro, no es solo para un grupo, ¿verdad? No, los parques también no necesitan tener como un cerco, deben de estar abiertos para que la comunidad tenga la oportunidad, sin que alguien especial tenga la llave de abrir ese parque. Ellos deben de poder participar en ese parque. Y pues ustedes están aquí, hubo recalls, ¿verdad? Tenemos new city manager, new finance people, tenemos un grant writer que creo que antes no teníamos, entonces yo veo el equipo gigante. Como dicen, es el dream team, ¿verdad? Querían estar aquí, pues están aquí para hacer decisiones importantes, y esa es una de esas. Si las cosas no se hicieron bien antes, por cualquier razón, si fue corrupción, que sabemos que sí la hubo muchísima, ahora están aquí para hacer lo correcto, no es para seguir haciendo lo que es incorrecto. Y eso demuestra a los niños, a la comunidad, que cuando las cosas no se hacen bien, la debemos de corregir. Entonces, pues felicidades, están aquí para hacer lo que querían hacer, lo que pidieron a la gente que le diera su voto, aquí están y es el momento para hacer lo correcto. Gracias.
Brenda Estrada.
Hola, estoy aquí porque me interesa mi comunidad. Tengo 13 años viviendo a una cuadra del parque, y porque me interesa la justicia también, que nada más no sea para unos cuantos ese parque o para unos cuantos deportes. Mi hijo juega básquet desde hace muchos años y nunca ha podido jugar básquet ahí porque esta remodelación nunca se hizo. Hasta ahorita esperemos que sí se haga. Y por eso estoy aquí, para defender parte de lo que nos toca a nuestra comunidad, nuestros impuestos, y esperando una mejor respuesta de ustedes. Gracias.
Carmen Estrada.
Buenas tardes o buenas noches. Primeramente, gracias, señor Villegas, y gracias a cada uno de ustedes por el trabajo que estamos haciendo, porque nos incluimos en esto, porque ahorita es un buen grupo y es un buen momento hacer una decisión de vida. Yo, que tengo 30 años aquí, la verdad, ya llego a un límite del estrés y de la violencia que está existiendo aquí en Calexico. Es algo grave, grave. Cuando salgan puedo mostrar lo que está pasando aquí en Calexico. Es muy grave, señores. Esto es gravísimo. Jamás yo había ido a una autoridad a decir lo que está pasando. Tienen que tomar solución ya, ya. Es alarmante. Y la liga no es un negocio. Se los digo yo, que he tenido 30 años en esto. Yo ahorita soy jubilada y trabajo, y mi jubilación espero que llegue para meterle a lo que yo estoy haciendo, sembrar, a nivelar, le doy al 100 a los campos, le damos más bien, y no se vale que digan que es un negocio. No es un negocio, se los puedo comprobar. No es negocio una liga, porque el tiempo que se le da a los niños no se paga, eso se hace con el corazón. Quisiera decirles tantas cosas que hemos pasado, y no se vale que estén diciendo que las ligas es un negocio. No lo voy a permitir y lo voy a defender. Eso nada más les quiero decir. Y ya hay que parar con esta guerra. Yo soy una persona tranquila, pero ya hasta ahorita estoy harta y quiero que por favor, allá afuera, les voy a enseñar algo, porque ustedes tienen que tomar acción de lo que está pasando aquí en Calexico. Gracias.
Eugenio Ramos.
Hello, my name is Eugenio Ramos, 925 Salvador Guillen Street. I'm here as a resident, but I actually want to say that I do take pride in representing Calexico. You have the community here. I don't know what else you want. Time after time, they've been here. This has been an ongoing thing that has been for well over 20 years. The fields, I've done a little bit of research. I've never been able to find any kind of studies. The impact fees, I don't know how to talk about that or say anything about that, but I thought we were under the impression of taking consideration of professional companies to decide on what's best. Residents are here. Please consider, and don't forget who voted you guys in. You work for the community. I think we all do, and we should represent the community. Small interest groups, I'm against for, and I'll always be against for, but this is 100% for Calexico and the community.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you for your comments. We'll go to council discussion. We'll start with Councilman Anaricumbo.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Calderon. I have a lot of technical questions, so just please be ready. City Manager, I'm going to direct myself to you unless you direct me to the departmental directors, particularly with finance and with the Public Works Director. But before I move on to my technical questions, I want to invite the two other council members sitting up here with me to look in front of you and look at this picture and look at our community and then look at one person and then the culprit who doesn't live here anymore. Look at this picture and decide today who you represent. Do you represent the community, or do you represent someone who's trying to make money off of this park and the previous politician that got us into this predicament in the first place? So I'm going to start with my questions. I have a finance question. I want to know how much money is in this CFD account as of today?
1.3.
Around 1.3.5%. Million dollars. Sorry.
Okay, $1.3 million. Thank you. So on when we first asked for a RFP to redesign this park, the intent was to get kind of like we got the idea from, or I got the idea from another city who had a similar situation where the constituents weren't happy with what was being built, so they redesigned the park. I saw, I think that was maybe 3 or 4 years ago, and it cost that city $80,000 or $90,000, which is the reason why I said, you know, it's a doable price. Let's go out for an RFP. But now we're going to analyze this RFP that was put out. So the RFP, the request was to go out for a simple redesign of the park to see what can be done with it, right? So that if there were going to be any, so that we could put out these designs so the community members and everybody could see, and if there was going to be 1 or 2 baseball fields that we could move somewhere else, we would know which one was going to stay. It could open, the children can use it. But instead, this is what we went out for. Let me pull up my files again. All right. Let me look at this. So We requested, here's a scope of service that the city of Calexico put out for bid. Part of it. It says, lead and facilitate, I'm just saying a few of the things that really caught my attention. Lead and facilitate at least 5 community engagement meetings, including 1 presentation to the city council. So what I'm reading are things that were part of the request for proposal that went out to the RFP, for the RFP. Prepare meeting agendas, minutes, and action items to track key decisions. Develop a public outreach plan and materials, including translated versions, Spanish and other languages as needed, to ensure broad accessibility. Environmental considerations. Oh, task 2, site analysis and existing conditions assessment. Environmental considerations, including stormwater management and sustainability. So is there an issue with our stormwater management at the park? Is there currently an issue with our stormwater management?
Yeah, whenever you're doing a redesign, you have to take into consideration everything. This is what we were tasked to redesign. So basically, people was asking not only for that, but for traffic impact study, the noise technical study, and lighting report. So basically, all these studies plus whatever is needed to redesign is part of the RFP.
So I just want to make it, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
The idea is to redesign this, right?
Yes.
So we have to take into consideration everything instead of just graphics. Because if we show graphics, and that's the purpose of this, not get into this circle in which we receive from a designer something that is not going to fulfill the needs of the residents. So basically, this company, whichever is chosen, is going to take into consideration everything, the impacts, the different designs, and preparation of construction plans, because it's what the residents are asking for, right?
Yes. So that's my point. Because I don't want it to be an excuse that we don't listen to our citizens when we say, oh, it's too much money. These RFPs, they're high budget items. We're not doing a simple, or the RFPs that were submitted are not simple designs. They're actually full-fledged construction plans. Correct?
Yep.
Yes. So these are plans, it's pretty much gonna be shovel-ready, correct?
Mm-hmm.
What you're asking for, yeah.
Yep.
So I just wanna clear that up, because I don't want council members to have the misconception and say, oh, this is too much money for a redesign. This is actually everything up to the point where we break ground and do the redesign, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. I think it's a good deal, actually, $500,000 for all of that. Let me see. Perform topographical and boundary land surveys to assess site constraints and opportunities. Identify potential utility conflicts and coordinate with affected utility providers as necessary. We have community engagement and visioning. Traditional public meetings and workshops at various key locations, so they're going to have various meetings with the community members. Online surveys and social media campaign, so we're going to have a social media campaign apparently. Bilingual engagement strategies to ensure participation from Calexico's diverse community. I'm glad that we acknowledge that we are diverse and not just baseball. As input from downtown businesses, this one caught my attention. Ask for input from downtown businesses. What does the downtown businesses have to do with a park that's, I don't know, 10 miles away?
No, it's not necessarily that the downtown is going to dictate anything, but basically since the residents are asking for something really comprehensive, so we decide, not decide, but we guess that would be a good part of the investigation or the research from the designers. I
think that was unnecessary. I think many of these things probably aren't needed scope of service. I just elevated the price. But let me continue. Address the city's broader goal of revitalizing the downtown core by enhancing the park's role as a central gathering space that fosters community interaction, supports local events, and contributes to the overall surrounding downtown amenities. What does the downtown have to do with this park?
It could be probably, but I need to reread this. But basically, if we are going to move forward, we can just reduce anything you guys believe shouldn't be part of this, because we are not actually taking any decision as to what's the final scope of work.
Okay.
The decision, basically, is my understanding for tonight, is if we move forward and which changes should we make, or if we are going to turn into a different direction.
Okay. Good, because then we could safely say that these prices would likely drop, right? Because we have a lot of things here that nobody asked for.
I'm not sure it's going to be substantially cheaper. Definitely, it might be less than the amount that's shown here, but I'm not, because you mentioned it like a $60,000 or $80,000. I'm not anticipating that, even though it could be less than they already put here.
Okay, let me continue. Complete a professional traffic impact study. That we did ask for, because that was never done. So that we did ask for. Complete a professional noise technical report. That we also asked for, which was never done. Okay. And then it says to me local noise standards. So we're accepting that there are local noise standards. There was no study done. Complete a lighting report, because good that we acknowledge that there may be lighting issues with the lightings of 3 baseball diamonds. And then I have another question. It says, the proposed design should take in consideration the following 3 scenarios. Either keep all 3 baseball diamonds, keep only 2 of the existing, or keep only 1. So it's saying the proposed design should take in consideration the following 3. So does that mean we were asking for 3 different construction plans?
Not necessarily 3 construction plans. The analysis, firstly, is going to take into consideration to keep all 3, 2 or 1 or 0. I mean, basically, there is no specific direction from City Council to say, you know what, do only 1 scenario, remove 2, remove 3, remove 1. That is unknown. So basically, the company or the firm working on this should be using whatever is existing. So right now, if we go to the site, there are 3 baseball fields. So basically, this firm is going to take into consideration all 3, and starting from there, is going to, after the design, say, okay, if we keep these 3, we can add or use the land for whatever is left for different courts or sports trails. Or if we keep only 2, or if we keep only 1. Even if the direction from City Council is to remove all 3, that could be one of the options. There was no clear direction as we shall keep 1, 2, or 3. So we have to take into consideration 3, because there are 3 already. And I cannot direct, or I don't know who might take that decision, to direct the firm to keep 3, 2, or 1. So the only way to know is if these 3 components or these 3 options are being analyzed. Because if we analyze only 1, some people might complain and say, why you are, say, if I ask for just 1 scenario, which is keep all 3, people will complain. What if I ask for only 2 diamonds? People might complain again.
Okay, so when you received the RFPs and you got some of them that were over $1 million, could it be that within their RFP they were thinking that they were going to have to do 3 construction plans?
No, not 3 construction plans.
None of them have the 3.
No. That's basically the scenarios. Once the decision is made as to what's the final design, the construction plans will be made based on that final design. First is the conceptual, And the conceptual is going to be based on all the elements that you mentioned before, and the information that they are going to get from the community as well.
Okay, thank you. And then I'll continue. A possible dining pavilion. Who asked for a possible dining pavilion? We also have a botanical garden for relaxation. Who asked for all these things that would elevate the RFP, the bid? And then it says, conduct preliminary engineering assessment for water services and irrigation, stormwater management solutions, including potential infiltration infrastructure and ADA compliance upgrades. I'm assuming by putting this, let me add this, smart irrigation systems. Example, weather-based controllers, drip irrigation, stormwater management solutions such as permeable surfaces, bioswales or dry wells to reduce runoff. So I think this is the reason why we received, these scary numbers. I was thinking 80, 90, 100, maybe even 200,000, but then we're over millions. Please don't speak from the public. And then we kind of postponed this because we had some addendums to the RFP. I guess these people that were going to submit their RFPs, they had some questions. Some of them that called my attention was, so it said the city is responding that we are requesting for a master plan that must yield plans and documents ready for construction. So I want to make sure that we know that this is to be construction ready. So it's not a simple design, it's to be shovel ready. And then, let me see. You're asking to propose a strategic phasing based on the availability of funds, which is a good thing, because by phasing, we could, you're asking them to give you, 2, 3, 4 phases, right? And we can start with 1 phase and 2 phases as we get the money in, correct? So that's a good thing. And then it says, there was one that really caught my attention, that it says, the company's bidding says, will existing conditions, information such as surveys, utility mapping, geotechnical reports, or CAD files be provided, or should consultants assume these items are not available? And the answer the city gave was, consultants must assume that information is not available. So that leads me to believe that this city has absolutely no information on that park. Correct? No mapping, no geotechnical reports, no CAD files, nothing.
We didn't find those.
We don't have any information. Okay, and then it says, they're asking, is environmental documentation anticipated as part of this contract, or is CEQA and related environmental reviews expected to be a separate future effort? The city responded, environmental documentation is anticipated as part of this project. In other words, you're asking them to do an environmental report, correct?
Yeah, because
because we don't have one.
No, not necessarily. This is an old project. We are basically starting with this, and we couldn't find any substantial information as to if it exists or doesn't exist, the required information. So basically, instead to be saying yes, is already done, or no, it was insufficient, or it was not properly completed, it's time, if we are going to move in that direction, it's time to actually have that as a new report, and nobody is actually guessing anymore.
Okay, thank you. And then we're also asking them to have these meetings with translation services and reports. And then they ask, what as built or other documents are available reflecting existing conditions of the site, including utilities or easement. The city responded, there are no current as-built or other documents that reflect existing conditions. So my point about asking you all these questions, and I know, and you just got here, and I'm asking you because I want a direct answer, because I want the people to see that this park, excuse my Mexican phrase, is a complete chicanada. That's what we have right now.
Yeah.
All right, that was really uncomfortable.
So,
well, obviously, excuse me.
I'm still speaking, sir.
Well, I know, but if you think that this...
I'm still speaking, sir. Can you please wait for your turn? I'm still
hold on,
speaking.
Hold on.
I'm still speaking.
Hey, attorney?
I'm still speaking, Mr. Attorney, I'm still speaking. I'm still speaking. Nothing is getting out of hand. I am here to represent the people, and this is how I represent.
No one's yelling here. Just
well, then don't interrupt me.
Calm down. Okay, obviously you have a lot of issues with this RFP. So if that's the case, let's submit it again. Why are we asking? I mean, I understand you are.
Okay, can I finish my just give me one more minute and I'll be finished. You like to be interrupting me a lot. This is like the third or fourth time that you interrupt me when I speak. I want to finish with this. I received a private message from a person that I knew from many years in a previous employment. And I guess he was trying to convince me so that I would approve to leave the 3 baseball fields there. And I'm going to quote him. He says, let's focus on baseball tournaments. South California, Imperial County, Calexico tournaments. Imagine all the people who would spend money in our city for local income. Hotels, local fast food restaurants, and economy growth. I worked 3 years for it, and I'm not going to say the company, baseball as an empire. Man, these fools were banking so much income, that was unbelievable. This is not about local citizens. This is a money-making machine. And this is coming from a person that is in that baseball group that I know, and if I need to submit this document, I will. So this is a reason why, there are people still against the redesign of this park. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Mr. Irlanda?
Please don't interrupt me. Thanks. Just in advance.
I won't. Just
Thank
be
you.
respectful.
Don't interrupt. I'm very respectful. You're not.
Yes.
You're the one
All
who's
right.
not respectful.
Thank you for joining
Don't
us
interrupt
tonight.
me. Okay. So, I do question the RFP process because if you look at it in detail, and we're not going to go into it as Diana did already, there's a lot of items in the scope of work that don't need to be there, and that's questionable. And there's a lot of items from that scope of work that can be done in-house. But before I go on, I also want to say I'm sorry, everyone. I've been on the road since 11 a.m. to get here. I'm sorry I'm late. I'm here now. So I do believe that a lot of the items in the scope of work of the RFP have attributed to the inflated pricing on it. I also want to say that it's important that we, give direction to bring it back, to cut the fees and see what can be done in-house. Because I was under the impression that one of the phrases we used back then was a best use analysis. So whether that best use analysis comes back as 3, the 3 diamonds, the 2 diamonds, the 1 diamond, that's what I was under the impression. I know you weren't here back then, but wait, was he here? I don't. We've had this too many times. So the best use analysis, I didn't see that come up in the scope. I know there's public outreach, but really the idea I stated in previous meetings was to see what the best use is. And if that part of that analysis would include what's already existing, right? And the environmental impacts of what's existing or what's proposed to be. So I also would like to see a lot of the items that are not in the nexus of that project removed, especially the downtown items. That just doesn't make sense. There's no nexus to it, right? So maybe that was like some typos or just information that was included incorrectly. But I believe the details and the scope of work do need to be reevaluated and proposed to council as what can be done in-house and what actually the consultants would be doing. Because as I said, there's a lot of items in the scope of work that are repetitive and questionable as to that they don't constitute a nexus to actually have them there or even pay for those items with money from the CFDs because they're not in that immediate project area. Hence the downtown factors and those types of evaluations. So with that said, I think it's very important also to shed some light on the fact that we've been, served with papers that this community has legal representation. They're out here all the time representing their neighborhood. We have individuals who are representing nonprofits wanting to make money that don't even live here, constantly here. And I question the reasons why they're constantly here, though they've been voted out multiple times. So it's important to take into consideration the residents and the community at large. So whatever that RFP were to bring back, if it's 3, 2, 1, this gives me the feeling that it is similar to what's going on at the county. They have their situations regarding environmental review, and we have those same people who are working at the county level, employed by certain project proponents here tonight, getting paid, and they're the same disruptors that go disrupt over there at the county too. So nonetheless, I think it's important to make sure that we give this project the environmental review that it should have gotten initially, and that we respect the RFP process and whatever results, whether it's 3 diamonds, 2 diamonds, 1 diamond, we have to respect the process and go through the process so that the community can also be part and tell us what they want and can also see that we've done things right as a city, regardless of the result. So if the result says 3 diamonds are okay, 2 diamonds, 1 diamond, we need to respect the process and also the results of the process. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Councilwoman Marquez? Yes. I motion to extend the meeting to 10:30. Do you have a second?
A second.
Well, maybe 11. Yeah, 11 o'clock.
What's the time? 11?
11.
A second.
Mayor Legaspi has recused himself. Mayor Pro Tem Calderon?
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez?
Yes.
Councilmember Thailenda?
Yes.
Councilmember Noricumbo?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Ms. Marquez?
Well, having heard all the information and having just the financials of it, I stand like I did in the beginning. I think a lot of you guys mentioned that we have a dream team here. Why is it that we can't use them to redesign? We have the capabilities to do that, correct?
Yeah, we're not experts in parks, but several items can be done in-house, as mentioned before.
Okay. And I just want to not take away from the residents of Cordova and around that area, but just to remind everyone that this is a city park, and it doesn't just belong to a specific group of people or a special interest group either. So the decisions that I am going to make, it's in regards to Calexico's residents and not just a few, whether it be in the community or whether it be in the leagues. So for me, I just think that if we have that dream team here, then maybe we should utilize them. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Marquez. Today, I actually came with a positive attitude to try to resolve this matter that, like most of you have said, has divided our community. But I apologize for this behavior up here. We don't have to, I mean, we have an opportunity to ask questions prior to coming into this diocese and making decisions. And some of us don't take that opportunity. So hopefully you can take advantage of that and ask all the questions. Obviously, there is questions regarding this RFP. And all we have to do is, this motion and just put it out there again. I have no problem with it. Today, I wanted to see if we could work together. There was 2 options on the staff report. And the second one was to have our public works sit down and try to come up with a solution to satisfy everyone in our community. Whether you're walking for health, you're playing baseball, you're playing soccer, or basketball, and so forth. I even was going to extend it to have those people that have voiced their opinions since I've been here to be part of this committee, and as a community come up with a solution to resolve this matter. Because yes, you voted for us, and yes, we are the public stewards of public funding. We are the stewards, and we have to take care of our city. You heard it tonight, our city's not doing too well financially. And you'll see right now that we have to move funding from one budget to another. Why? Because the future is unclear for us. And the last thing we want to do is misspend the funding that we have, the little funding that we have. So with that said, I'm going to call for a motion.
I have a question. Can I ask a quick question?
No, I'm going to,
No?
no, it's my turn.
Is it-
I'm going to motion.
Oh, before
I'm
you
gonna
motion, I have a question.
I'm going to,
City
I'm done.
Attorney,
I'm motioning.
he can stop.
This is my motion.
It's a discussion, right?
Oh, there is no seconds.
Okay.
So
I
I'm
have
going
a
to motion
I
that
have
we.
a very important question.
My motion is to submit the RFP and address all the issues that the young ladies had today, so we can have a correct RFP and also have a correct price for what they're going to charge us for design.
Yeah.
Can we do that?
Yeah, definitely.
That's my motion on the floor. Okay. We got a motion by me, second by Councilman Talinda. Roll call.
It was by
I mean, not Talinda, I'm sorry, Naricumbo. Roll call.
Mayor Legaspi has recused himself. Mayor Pro Tem Calderon. Mayor Pro Tem Calderon.
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez. Councilmember Thalinda.
Yes.
Councilmember Noricumbo.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Yeah. So we're going to go with 16. All right. Well, I'm going to let, excuse me, we're still having our meeting. Item number 16, Adrian C. Cordova Memorial Park, temporary fencing. I call for the staff report. Staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. City Council. The city has spent $81,724 for the temporary fencing from October of 2020 to April of 2026. The fencing surrounds a portion of the park. The northern part of the park is open to the public and used on a regular basis. Staff's suggestion to save the ongoing cost of the temporary fencing is to install signage instead. That certainly can be done at very little cost and still, present the message that the park is temporarily not in use, or that portion of the park. That's staff's recommendation or suggestion. We're open to others as well. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. Do we have any public comments?
Yes, we do. Jesús Solano,
You left.
Eugenio Ramos, Jun Kim,
Okay, I'm glad to see that one in the agenda. It's for me, it's also embarrassed to see that fence. I don't know what kind of a professional. I don't know how much, about $800 some $1,000. That's ridiculous. Out of the hands. It's embarrassing. That areas, when I see that, like it looks like what's going on here? What kind of a camp here? Or maybe homeless camp? That's bad. Workmanship is bad, and design is bad, and idea was bad. That does not deserve to have fans like that. Thank you.
Yolanda Cunningham.
Buenas noches. Nada más quería comentar la razón por la que están esos cercos y nosotros hemos pedido que estén allí es por cuestión de seguridad. Yo no sé si sea muy conveniente, sé que es dinero que se está utilizando, pero realmente las personas que vivimos alrededor del parque nos hemos dado cuenta que los niños se meten en motocicletas, andan brincando en las montañas esas y no tenemos seguridad en esa zona. Es muy raro cuando vemos policías ahí. Y yo no sé si eso sea conveniente por la cuestión de que van a empezar a meterse más personas y eso va a traer más problemas. Yo no sé si un problema como esos niños que andan dando vueltas como locos en esas motocicletas puedan afectarse, y la responsabilidad, ese es un parque que no está terminado. Y esa es la razón por la que nosotros los residentes hemos insistido que haya cercos allí, porque está en obra el parque, aparte que tienen un montón de cochinero allí que puede causar algún problema, un accidente serio. Y esa es la razón. Yo creo en lo personal, y no sé si algunos de los residentes estén de acuerdo, de las personas que van allí, pero el quitar esos cercos creo que no es muy conveniente. Así es que yo creo que debería analizarse, yo creo que una demanda contra la ciudad por algún accidente serio, yo creo que sería mucho más costoso que estar viendo, o sea, el costo que están pagando. Creo que deberían analizarlo. Gracias.
No more? Okay. We go to council discussion. Councilwoman, what's that? You had one?
you had one for number 14, 15, and 17.
All right. Naricumbo?
If I have some questions, Mr. Villegas, if we were to remove this temporary fencing, what would be exposed?
Well, basically, the situation is that the fence is just partially fencing the area. There are many ways to enter into the back of the park anyways. So basically, the question would be if if we want to keep the fence, we should actually complete fencing the area, because anyway the kids can enter, or any person can enter into the back area where the dirt is. So, I mean, as is right now, with or without that fence, it's the same. People is free to enter. So, if the question is if we better keep the fence, then the recommendation is to actually fence everything and not just 50% of the area.
But what is it protecting, or supposedly protecting currently?
Well, the fence has been here for 5 years. Obviously, I wasn't here when it was
But
installed.
I mean, the part
Right now it's protecting nothing, because if you really want to enter, you just park your car and walk into the backyard. I mean, any place.
But there's like mounds of dirt still in there?
Yeah, there are some dirt. Yeah, but you can enter if you really want to get or reach that amount of dirt. You just park your car and walk. Instead of jump over the fence, you just walk between the baseball diamonds and you get there. Even if you want to go in the westerly side, the green area, you just walk. There is nothing to prevent you to walk inside.
But if the fence were to be removed, is the city also going to remove the pile of dirt, and are they going to flatten it so that, at least now we're trying to say, hey, we're covering this, it's still a construction area, trying to do something about being held liable. But the other, if we just remove it, I believe that we're just giving the message that you can come in, and then we would be liable.
Yeah, I didn't prepare the staff report, but anyway, the staff report is asking to install signs so people don't trespass to that area. Because anyways, right now, if they want to trespass, they are going to do it. So a simple sign or that fence is doing exactly the same. So if what you want is to, be 100%, it's not going to be, you are not going to have any intruders, so let's install a fence all the way around, not only two faces. And if the question is if we are going to do it, so I wouldn't keep renting, because this is a rent. That the problem, when I got here and I signed the first invoice, I said, why we are renting this? And it's not even doing what it was meant for. So it's either remove this, get rid of this rental, and the city may install our fence and do it right.
So we have fence. The city does have fence that we could replace?
No. We shall
buy
buy. We shall buy. Or if you want, we may install the signs for no trespassing and remove the excess of dirt that is currently there.
But if we install signs, it's the same purpose as the fence that you said. They're not what do you call it, respecting the fence, so much less they're going to respect some signs.
Yeah, it's not that they're not respecting the fence. It's that there are many ways to enter, because the fence is not around the perimeter. It's just in certain areas. So it's like there is no fence.
Do you feel comfortable eliminating the fence and the dirt, and believe that there will be no trespassing, or that it'll be clean enough so that young children who see there's no fence and just a small sign won't go in there and maybe get a nail in their foot? Do you feel comfortable making that decision?
Well, if it's my decision, if direction is to remove the fence, I definitely will install the signs and clean the area, remove the excess of dirt. So there is an investment. So if that is the direction, and I'm feeling comfortable, because anyways, right now, there might be an accident, because the kids, they don't need to jump the fence. They just need to walk. So the problem is the excess of dirt that has been there for years, for many years. definitely more than 5.5 years. So if what we really want is to decrease or eliminate the risk of an accident, I would clean the area, with or without fence. And definitely, if we clean the area, remove the fence, and install no trespassing signs. Because right now, they anyway can enter into the property. And if we are going to pay for a lawsuit, we are going to pay it anyway, because the question would be why you did not install 100% of the perimeter and you just fence 50%.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Thailanda.
So I just want to say thank you for the community members who are out here. I'm sorry that you've had to deal with all this gaslighting from some council members. It's really disappointing. And I'm sorry that they insinuate that we're the problem, but we're actually part of the solution. With that said, I've seen people go into that park, break into it, trespass, and nothing happened to them. They were actually sitting right here earlier. They had keys to the park, as you know. And so I don't think that installing signs is going to do anything. I hear you say that they can walk into it, but there's a factor that stops anyone from walking into it, and it's the fence. You gotta walk around it. It makes you think about it. You gotta find where to walk in through it. I do think it's a deterrent. I'm concerned that we have a lot of vandalism and graffiti here in Calexico, that's just one step in making it easier to access the park, because you still got to think about it. Even though there's a fence, you still got to figure out where to get in, because it's not easily accessible because of the fence. The trespass signs, I see them being graffitied, so I actually think it's a waste of money. If we can afford to install fencing, I think that there should be fencing installed, especially in the areas that are vacant, right, that are planned for phase 2 and not being used, because we require vacant lots to be fenced here in the city, and they don't get fenced, so we should make sure that we do have the areas that need to be fenced because they're vacant and not lighted, so that the lack of lighting just makes it easy for criminal activity. So what are the options then? Installing the fence, how much would it cost for us to install the fence?
$15,000.
And we're paying a year?
And that would be our fence instead of renting it. Basically, here you have two components in your equation.
Mm-hmm.
So one is that if you want the fence or not, and the other one is if you want to get rid of an eternal rental, because it's bleeding.
Yeah, no, I think it's a good idea to get rid of the rental.
Correct.
And then us install the fence, and then we keep that equipment for use in the future when needed.
Yeah, it's metal.
Yeah, so my thoughts is I think it should be fenced in till it's open to the public, till it's, just because like I said, it's had a fence and people had keys. They were sitting right here. The two individuals who had keys, they trespassed and nothing ever came about. Yeah. So anyone who trespasses, they're just going to get out of jail card. Yeah. So I don't think there's any incentive in that placement of no trespassing signs, and it's important that we have ugly parks and we maintain what we can nice and free of graffiti and vandalism. So those are my 10 cents. Thank you.
Yeah, and just for the record, you not even need a key. So you just walk.
Yeah, but they went in with the key.
No, I'm just saying that with or without keys, you just park in the parking lot and walk.
Yeah, so that's why I'd like to see a fence. I would like to see a fence where no one has the keys except city staff. So that would be ideal.
Okay, yeah.
Excuse me, can I say something? You have fence, señor.
Thank you. Hold on. Councilor Marquez?
I'm sorry.
Please, we're having a meeting. Councilor Marquez?
So I do agree that we need to have protection in that area. I would recommend that the lighting be turned on, if we are going to be removing the fencing. The vandalism that occurred in the restrooms, the restroom area is not protected by that fence, and so far that's all the vandalism that has occurred in the park. Unfortunately, if you walk the area of the park, you can see there's only 2 sides that have fence. You can walk right in. You don't, like you said, you don't need a key. Nothing is really stopping the children from going in there. But I would probably also recommend for the removal of that dirt, because we do see it a lot around Calexico where kids do use those motorized bicycles, and that could be hazardous. So if we are able to clean it and provide that security, I'm all for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Monson. Can you put the pictures up, please? Thank you. This is one of the entries that we have in that park, so anybody can park in the parking lot and walk. Matter of fact, right in front of Mr. Legaspi's house if they wanted to. Can I have the next one? Oh. There's another, right there, there's access, they have access to what they want. They can go anywhere, because there's no fencing to stop them from going in with their electric bikes or whatever they're using. That's another one. It's an opening to the park, and that's one of the reasons why this was brought to this meeting, because we're paying $1,400, and it's being paid out of CDF funding. So the longer we keep it, the less money we're going to have with CDF funding. So, and I think it's important that if we're going to lock it up, we lock it up completely or not have anything at all. So that's why it was brought, and hopefully that we can have a solution today for this fencing. Besides, it looks really bad. I would hate to live in front of it and see this fence every day, especially on where the dirt's at. And if the problem is the dirt, Republic will take that dirt the next day. So, and that's why I brought it. I have no further comments on this. So, do we have a motion? Call for a motion.
I motion
Motion what?
to have the fencing removed and clear the area.
Okay. You want a second? I'll second it. Roll call, madam?
Mayor Legaspi has recused himself. Mayor Pro Tem Calderon.
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez.
Yes.
Councilmember Thalinda.
No.
Councilmember Noricumbo.
No.
Motion does not pass.
I'd like to entertain a second motion. I motion to do it right and purchase a fence so that we stop renting it and close it completely like the Public Works Director suggested. That's my motion.
I second.
You have a second?
I second it.
Second?
Mayor Legaspi recused himself. Mayor Pro Tem Calderon.
No.
Councilmember Marquez.
No.
Councilmember Thalinda.
Well, if the concern was the money, this would make sense to keep it safe and not vandalized. So I vote yes.
Councilmember Noricumbo.
Yes.
Motion does not pass.
Thank you. All right, so we can have Mr. Legaspi come back and continue this meeting. Well, the meeting's not over yet. We're going to bring in the mayor. He'll continue with the meeting. So, can someone?
Carla. Carla. Can you go get him? Please. It's me.
evening, everyone. We're now moving on to item number 17. Adopt a budget, amend resolutions to relocating $43,382.81 within Fund number 2551, FEMA ARPA, to support the cost of acquisitions and outfitting of unmarked emergency vehicles for the Calexico Police Department. I'm sure we have a staff report for that one.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. It is a recommendation that the city adopt a budget amendment resolution allocating the $43,382.81 within the Fund 255 in the ARPA account to support the acquisition outfitting of unmarked emergency vehicles for the Calexico Police Department. The reallocation will address the critical need for reliable unmarked vehicles necessary to maintain operational readiness and ensure uninterrupted law enforcement services. The staff further recommends authorizing the city manager to ordinance a need to execute all required agreements, acknowledgements, and related documents necessary to complete the transaction in accordance with city purchasing and procurement policies. The Calexico Police Department is in critical need for reliable, unmarked emergency vehicles. The current fleet is outdated and has exceeded its service life. The purchase of the new unmarked vehicles is essential to maintain effective investigative operations. And the funds referred to are designated for the Calexico Police Department, these ARPA funds, under the police equipment account. And the transfer would be to a public safety vehicle account under the police department.
Okay. To call for public comments.
Ismael Arvizo.
Buenas noches. In today's day in the U.S., there's a lot of unmarked police officers going around, specifically federal ICE agents, that our community tend to live around, and we haven't seen as many prosecutions like we've seen in other places like Minnesota, New York, LA. But I'm a little bit concerned with this request of, I think it's 5, or this is for ARPA for one car, right, for $43,000, that we could have purchased 2 of those cars if we wouldn't have rented for 5 years a fence that we were just talking about. ARPA funds are American Rescue Plan funds that were supposed to be given to help communities recover from COVID-related incidents, emergencies, necessities. We fought, 3 years ago about the ARPA funds. There was a different council up here. We voted for almost, I think it was $500,000 for Nosotros Park. We voted for downtown rehabilitation. We voted for many other things, for heroes pay, or like the $500 for people that were working during COVID. And I feel like it's an injustice to use ARPA funds for secret police of hidden, because I don't like police if I can't see them. Because I had an experience at a young age where seeing a police officer right around the corner was a blessing. Knowing that there's going to be people hidden trying to find traffic, mishaps or whatnot, I feel like it's bringing people paranoia instead of security. When you see an officer in the traffic, a lot of people have they respond to it. You know, they do everything correctly, and I think that's a way to deter traffic crimes. So seeing just an officer at a corner changes people's ways of acting on the road. And I think people should always have someone that they can find, reach out, hey, there's a police officer right there, I need assistance, right? I think having hidden officers in unmarked cars could be just danger, right? Some people could also impersonate as officers. Other people, and that's been happening nationwide, where they try to pose as this, tragedies come. I'm a huge opposition to this because ARPA funds are supposed to help the community that were impacted by COVID. And the police does have the biggest budget in Calexico, so I think they're doing good. Y poco a poco, sí. I think 5 cars is way too much because I think it's in the previous item, or 13, 14, but I don't think this is right. I think people would know that ARPA funds that were being given to the park, to the people that actually suffered through COVID, it's an injustice to be using this money like this. And there's not many people that are backing me up right here. It is 10:30, it is 10 p.m. So this will be publicized and people will let you know how they feel. Thank you.
No more comments? Okay, going to a council discussion. Councilmember Diana Nurukumbo.
I have no comments.
Okay. Councilmember Eliana Marquez.
No questions.
Mayor Pro Temp Lencho Calderon.
No comment.
Okay. I do have a comment. Working there at the police department for so many years, and to address some of to address and answer, it's very important to have these undercover units that are working, that are functioning right, because the units that they have, the past units do have mechanical issues. And I've seen our UC guys, undercover guys, detectives, NTF guys or whatnot, bring back their cars when it's not working. And it is a officer safety scenario to have good UC cars. When I say UC cars, undercover cars. Your bad guys out there want to see black and whites. They don't want to see undercover cars. So it is an ultimate officer safety for our investigators and anyone that's driving it. Constant breaking down of the cars. And it's going to cost more in the long run to fix our broken cars, and they are broken. I've seen them. I've driven those broken cars. So I think it's important to provide security, safe means for our detectives and those that will be driving those cars. So that's all I have to say. Call for a motion.
I motion to approve. However, I have one more question. Why do we go with Explorers and then the others Hondas?
The Explorers are going to be specifically used for in-house detectives, our detectives here in Calexico PD. So it'd be normal for them to drive Explorers. That's what you normally see even on TV, right? The detectives drive Explorers. So we're not trying to hide our detectives. It's just it's a common vehicle used for police work, and these are just what we normally use.
All right. Well, that's all I have. So I motion to approve.
They're economical, I guess.
Yeah, right.
A second?
Okay. Motion was made by Mayor Pro Temp Lencho Calderon, second by Councilmember Diana Nurukumbo. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Mayor Legaspi.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Calderon.
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez.
Yes.
Councilmember Thalinda is absent.
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Councilmember Nurukumbo.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. So we're going to item number 14, right?
Yes.
Okay, purchase authorization for the acquisition and outfitting of 5 unmarked police vehicles. Do we have a staff report?
Yes, it's essentially a continuation of number 17. Staff recommends the City Council authorize the Chief of Police to select the responsible quote and proceed with the purchase of 5 vehicles to be used as unmarked emergency vehicles, including the necessary outfitting. This would be 3 2026 Ford Explorers and 2 2026 Honda CR-Vs. The Calexico Police Department is in critical need of reliable unmarked emergency vehicles, like I had mentioned. We currently have 7 unmarked vehicles. The newest one is over 10 years old. It's 11 years old. Has over 100,000. They all have over 100,000 miles and have exceeded their life. They have, as a result, they are beyond their practical service life, leading to increased maintenance costs, reduced reliability, and operational downtime. So the purchase of these 5 unmarked emergency vehicles is essential to maintain effective investigative services. In accordance with city procurement procedures, the Department representatives solicited competitive quotes for the local vendors for both the purchase and outfitting of the vehicles. We received quotes from 3 different Ford dealerships, 3 different Honda dealerships, along with 2 different companies that can do the outfitting. We identified the most cost-effective quotes, totaling an amount of $224,000 $224,378.29, the total amount. The purchase represents a one-time capital expenditure and does not create an ongoing debt obligation for the city. The total purchase for the 5 vehicles is what I just mentioned, the $224,378.29. Funding for this purchase will be allocated from 5 separate PD accounts, one being the ARPA that just passed, to pay for the vehicles.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Call for public comments.
Ismael Orbizu.
Well, I'd like to reiterate how this could be a way to bring more division of trust and lack of trust for Calexico Police Department. I understand the needs of the department, but when you're saying 100,000 miles, it can last more than that if we pick the right car. Ford Explorers, I used to have one growing up. I grew up in one. But they're not as reliable as other ones. I would suggest if you're going to invest into a car, get a good car, right? I'm glad you're getting the Hondas, right? You might have incentives to get Ford, American made or something, but we should pick the most economic, like you said, and safe car. I want to reiterate how this could bring a way for people that could be in the presence of a cop, but not even know where the cop is at. You're right. Criminals are scared of that black and white. But when I see an Explorer, I think it's a cop. So if you're trying to keep it low key, I don't think Explorer is the right choice. Get a Honda Fit or something. I understand that it has to be decked out. It gets expensive. But we have to think about what the people actually need around here. I've heard that we've been looking for restrooms for around 5 years, public restrooms that we could actually be happy to have in our community, in our parks. ARPA had funds for restrooms. ARPA had a lot of things that could help bring down crime, but cops, increasing the budget of cops, giving better cars, it's not gonna bring down crime. Yes, you'll chase that car quicker. Yes, it's gonna be better AC'd. And trust me, like a lot of times those cars just stay running. And yes, you have to keep them running for, you never know, tienes que salir corriendo. But let's keep it real. Like we have to be more respectful with our budget, because it's the biggest budget in Calexico, which I have to reiterate. Why are we seeking to pull money from ARPA from over here y de acá? The reallocation ARPA committee, like Jesus Christ, like people voted, people fought, people asked you guys, not you guys, right, but other people in the council to actually choose the community. And years pass, and we just give everything to the cops, right? And I've seen it year past year. Like we hear the same thing, you know, crimes this, crimes that, but like, are you actually investing in the community? I'm glad today was mostly about parks, but seeing this money go this way, it sucks, right? And like cops shouldn't be there for gotcha moments. Hey, no hiciste el alto, se te fue la turn that, you know, we both go this way, you went that way. Like accidents happen. I think we could invest more in our traffic control instead of hiding cops for the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arvizu. Do we have any council comments? Council member Diana Nudukumbo?
No, nothing to add, thank you.
Okay. Council member Adriana Marquez?
No comment.
Mayor Pro Tem Blancho Calderon?
I have none.
Okay. I have none either. Call for a motion?
So move.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Blancho Calderon and second by Council member Adriana Marquez. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Mayor Legaspi.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Calderon.
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez.
Yes.
Councilmember Thailenda is absent. Councilmember Noricumbo.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay. Going on to item number 18, the 2025-2026 third quarter budget report and resolutions to amend 2025-2026 budget. And I'm sure we have a staff report.
Yes.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Tonight, I will be presenting the fiscal year 25-26 third quarter budget status report. This report reflects the city's financial position through the first 9 months of the fiscal year.
Buenas noches, alcalde y miembros del Consejo Municipal. Esta noche presentaré el informe sobre el estado del presupuesto del tercer trimestre del año fiscal 2025 a 2026. Este informe refleja la situación financiera de la ciudad durante los primeros 9 meses del año fiscal.
Today's objectives. The purpose of this item is to provide council with an update of the city's third quarter financial performance and to request consideration of recommended budget amendments. These amendments reflect updated revenue projections, departmental expenditure adjustments, and the strategic use of available one-time funding sources.
Objetivos de hoy. El propósito de este punto es proporcionar al Consejo una actualización sobre el desempeño financiero del tercer trimestre de la ciudad y solicitar la consideración de las modificaciones presupuestarias recomendadas. Esas modificaciones reflejan proyecciones actualizadas de ingresos, ajustes en gastos departamentales y el uso estratégico de fuentes de financiamiento no recurrentes.
Citywide expenditure overview. At a citywide level, expenditures across all funds are at or below expected trends. Approximately 26% of the total expenditure budget has been spent to date. This lower percentage is due to the timing of capital projects and other expenditures that typically occur later in the fiscal year. Overall, these trends reflect controlled spending and normal timing differences across funds.
Resumen general de gastos a nivel municipal. A nivel municipal, los gastos en todos los fondos se mantienen dentro o por debajo de las tendencias previstas. Aproximadamente el 26% del presupuesto total de gastos se ha utilizado hasta la fecha. Este porcentaje más bajo se debe principalmente al calendario de los proyectos de capital y otros gastos que normalmente ocurren más adelante en el año fiscal. En términos generales, estas tendencias reflejan un control adecuado del gasto y diferencias normales en el calendario de ejecución entre los distintos fondos.
General fund expenditures. Looking more closely at the general fund, most departments are at or near the expected 75% expenditure level, indicating that spending is on track at this point in the fiscal year. Overall, general fund expenditures are currently at 67% of the annual budget, which is below the expected trend. Additionally, the city has achieved its vacancy savings target of approximately $250,000. Overall, expenditures remain stable and aligned with the city's financial plan.
Gastos del Fondo General. Al observar más detenidamente el Fondo General, la mayoría de los departamentos se encuentran en o cerca del nivel esperado del 75% de ejecución del gasto, lo que indica que el gasto en general se mantiene conforme a lo previsto en esta etapa del año fiscal. En total, los gastos del Fondo General actualmente representan el 67% del presupuesto anual, lo cual está por debajo de la tendencia esperada. Además, la ciudad ha alcanzado su meta de ahorro por vacantes de aproximadamente $250,000. En general, los gastos permanecen estables y alineados con el plan financiero de la ciudad.
Proposed budget amendments for expenditures. There are 5 key expenditure adjustments included in this report. First, a reduction of $128,000 related to the second school resource officer position that was budgeted but was not implemented this fiscal year. Second, a $40,000 reduction to the police department cannabis grant budget based on updated reimbursement activity. Third, approximately $300,000 self-insurance savings that will be returned to the general fund due to favorable claims activity and updated cost projections. Fourth, a proposed $1.8 million transfer to begin addressing general fund capital improvement needs for the upcoming fiscal year. Finally, the library budget is being adjusted to reflect an additional $7,990 in state funding for the Lunch at the Library program.
Modificaciones presupuestarias propuestas. Gastos. Existen 5 ajustes principales de gastos incluidos en este informe. Primero, una reducción de $128,000 relacionada con el segundo puesto de oficial de recursos escolares, conocido por siglas en inglés como SRO, que había sido presupuestado pero no implementado durante este año fiscal. Segundo, una reducción de $40,000 al presupuesto de la subvención de cannabis del Departamento de Policía con base en la actividad actualizada de reembolsos. Tercero, aproximadamente $300,000 en ahorros de autoaseguramiento regresarán al Fondo General debido a actividad favorable en reclamaciones y a proyecciones actualizadas de costos. Cuarto, se propone una transferencia de $1.8 millones para comenzar a atender las necesidades de mejora del capital del Fondo General para el próximo año fiscal. Finalmente, el presupuesto de la biblioteca está siendo ajustado para reflejar $7,990 adicionales en financiamiento estatal para el programa Lunch at the Library.
Proposed budget amendments for revenues. On the revenue side, we are projecting an overall decrease of approximately $312,000 compared to prior estimates. This is driven by lower than expected revenues in sales tax, transient occupancy tax, business licenses, and Measure H, as well as the second school resource officer position not being implemented. These reductions are partially offset by increases in property tax, SB 90 reimbursements, and program revenues, including planning, building, and police. Additionally, Measure H transfers to the general fund have been reduced based on updated projections. Finally, the library fund reflects an increase of $7,990 in state funding for the Lunch at the Library program. Overall, these adjustments reflect updated trends and current activity levels.
Modificaciones presupuestarias propuestas. En cuanto a los ingresos, se proyecta una disminución general de aproximadamente $312,000 en comparación con las estimaciones previas. Esto se debe principalmente a ingresos menores a los esperados en impuestos sobre ventas, impuesto de ocupación transitoria, licencias comerciales y medida H, así como a la no implementación del segundo puesto SRO. Estas reducciones se compensan parcialmente con incrementos en ingresos por impuestos prediales, reembolsos SB 90 e ingresos programáticos, incluyendo planeación, construcción y policía. Además, las transferencias de medida H al Fondo General se han reducido con base en proyecciones actualizadas. Finalmente, el fondo de la biblioteca refleja un incremento de $7,990 en financiamiento estatal para el programa Lunch at the Library o Almuerzo en la Biblioteca. En general, estos ajustes reflejan tendencias actualizadas y los niveles actuales de actividad.
Capital request by category. The general fund has limited capacity to support capital needs for core services. The department submitted more than $10 million in unfunded capital requests across multiple categories, including public safety, parks and recreation, facilities, vehicles and equipment, and technology improvements. The proposed $1.8 million transfer addresses only a portion of these needs, and additional funding strategies and long-term planning efforts will be necessary moving forward.
Solicitudes de capital por categoría. El Fondo General tiene capacidad limitada para respaldar las necesidades de capital de los servicios esenciales. Los departamentos identificaron más de $10 millones en necesidades de mejoras de capital del Fondo General en toda la ciudad. El Fondo General tiene capacidad limitada para respaldar las necesidades de capital relacionadas con servicios esenciales. Los departamentos presentaron más de $10 millones en solicitudes de capital sin financiamiento en múltiples categorías, incluyendo seguridad pública, parques y recreación, instalaciones, vehículos y equipo, así como mejoras tecnológicas. La transferencia propuesta de $1.8 millones cubre únicamente una parte de estas necesidades y será necesario implementar estrategias adicionales de financiamiento y esfuerzos de planificación a largo plazo.
Enterprise funds, water, wastewater, and airport. Ongoing evaluation of rates and cost structures will be necessary to support long-term sustainability. Debt service coverage ratios in the water and wastewater funds are currently being maintained through vacancies and operating cost reductions, while the airport fund continues to rely on supplemental general fund support. These conditions will continue to impact the city's ability to address future capital improvement needs and long-term infrastructure planning.
Fondos empresariales. aguas residuales y aeropuerto. Será necesario continuar evaluando las tarifas y estructuras de costos para respaldar la sostenibilidad a largo plazo. Las razones de cobertura del servicio de la deuda en los fondos de agua y aguas residuales actualmente se mantienen mediante vacantes y reducciones en los costos operativos, mientras que el fondo del aeropuerto continúa dependiendo de apoyo suplementario del Fondo General. Estas condiciones continuarán afectando la capacidad de la ciudad para atender futuras necesidades de mejoras de capital y la planificación de infraestructura a largo plazo.
Conclusion. In closing, the general fund remains on track with the adopted fiscal year 25-26 budget, with revenues currently covering expenditures. The city's combined general fund and Measure H reserves remain at approximately $5 million, consistent with prior projections. Overall, the city continues to maintain a stable fiscal position at this time, with continued monitoring needed as we move into the next fiscal year. With that, staff recommends that the City Council receive and file this report and adopt the proposed budget amendment resolution. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
En conclusión, el Fondo General continúa conforme al presupuesto adoptado para el año fiscal 2025-2026 y actualmente los ingresos cubren los gastos. Las reservas combinadas del Fondo General y Medida H permanecen aproximadamente en $5 millones, consistente con las proyecciones previas. En general, la ciudad continúa manteniendo una posición fiscal estable en este momento, con monitoreo continuo conforme avanzamos hacia el próximo año fiscal. Con esto, el personal recomienda que el Consejo Municipal reciba y archive este informe y adopte la resolución propuesta de modificación presupuestaria. Con gusto responderé cualquier pregunta.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments?
Yes. June Kim.
I have several questions. One thing I was mentioning a while ago about the CFT bond. CFT bond has from Hearthstone $1 million, almost $1 million been collected. But where they spent it? I don't see any improvement on the Hearthstones. Where is it gone? Beside that, beside the $745,000 from the Bravo Victoria. Where is the money? Just keep on reducing there, but there is no balance left over. Not that thing showing the book. Just expenses. They know we collect $1 million, but they don't see where they be spent it. Especially the what's it called, the Bravos, Victorias. And the other one is, I see that one we have $12 million from the Major D money in the budget, and we have $1.2 million gas tax sitting down there. Why we cannot repair our street? What is the reason to holding the money? The Major D money, actually we borrow the money based on how much we're going to get it. So we borrow the money, interested in that money sitting there. Why issuing the Major D every time? So we should look into it. If we have money to spend to improving community, we should do it. Don't wait for the big project coming in, and then they can have some kind of a favorite gaining. Why we don't spend money for the improving? We need it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. Do we have any other public comments? Okay. Moving on to council discussion. Councilmember Diana Nukumba.
Yes, thank you. I believe at the last quarterly budget report, we had under the proposed budget amendment, we had that one-time insurance proceeds removed because we were supposed to have a discussion on how we're going to utilize it, because I believe a few of us wanted to ensure that the Heber Park was done, or we had enough money to finish that park, and any other parks. So I'm looking at this budget amendment resolution where it says to transfer portion of one-time insurance proceeds to local capital funds to cover 2026-27 general fund program equipment, vehicle, and one-time program costs. And then it has the full negative 1.8 million. So could you let us know why you're asking to move this funding to the local capital fund, city manager? I thought, I could go back and check the video, I may be wrong, but I thought we were gonna have a discussion on how to utilize this so we can complete some projects.
There's accounting reasons that I'll let the finance director answer why we're recommending this. There has been some discussions regarding the one-time funding, from the insurance proceeds. We're currently discussing those. But you're right, we haven't finished that discussion. We haven't fully finished that discussion yet. But there's accounting reasons why, Ms. Chaparro, if you can mention.
So the reason why we're proposing this transfer is because we're working on the budget for next fiscal year right now, and it's looking very tight. Revenues are going down, as you saw, and sales tax are going. We have projected for a decrease, but because of the economy right now and the things going on in the world, it's actually turning out to be worse than what we projected. So as we're working on the budget for next fiscal year, we have a budget that is, the revenues are barely covering just operational expenditures. So the only way that we're gonna be able, there's no surplus. So the only way that we're gonna be able to cover any type of capital expense is by using these funds. Or if we don't do this transfer, we're not gonna have any capital, budget for anything capital related. So this would only transfer those funds from, because right now these funds are sitting in the general funds fund balance. This action would only move those funds from one fund, which is the general fund, to the 411, which is the local capital grant fund. It's not allocated yet. It's just moving it from one fund balance to another. And then I know that there was a discussion last report where you wanted to have a discussion about how to allocate it. So this is not doing that. It's just moving it, and you can still have that discussion as to how you want to use it. But pretty much that's what it is. It's because if we don't do this, we're not going to have any capital funding for next fiscal year.
Yeah, so you're saying we can move it, but it hasn't been allocated, but you're also saying that if it doesn't go to local capital funds, then we can't buy equipment. So you're kind of already setting it aside for equipment when we specifically said we wanted to discuss what we wanted to do with this funding. My thing is, I don't think that you should use it as a cushion or feel comfortable that that money is there, because we want to finish some very important projects. I'm saying that because we've had that discussion in the past. I think that the council has agreed that we do not want to lose the funding to Heber Park. We had been looking for $2 million for so long. We have this money. If we need any money to complete it, that money is there. We haven't seen anything about the Heber Park yet. We were supposed to. We haven't seen it. I think we need to figure out a different way to make the numbers make sense without thinking that this money can be used to support the equipment and the budget requests that are being made. Because like I said, we were supposed to have some type of discussion on how to use this money and not just put it in where it's being needed, in the general fund. So that's my questions and comments.
I do want to say that I know that there was a discussion last time about funding parks. Parks is within, like, if you would be able, if you move this to 411 and you wanted to use it all for parks, you can't, because any type of park improvement is capital improvement. So if you do move it over and you decide in the future, you know what, we want to use the full 1.8 million for park, you can do that. It's considered capital.
But there would be a restriction that it can't be touched, because we don't want to find out later when we do have the discussion that the money was already spent.
No, it hasn't been allocated. Like I said, right now it would just be moving it, so it's there. It's gonna sit in fund balance until council decides what they want to do with it. It's not. We're not using it yet. You can't use it until it's allocated.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Adriana Marquez?
So my question would be, what would be the difference then if we wouldn't move it now?
That we try from an accounting perspective, we like to see the ins and outs during the same fiscal year. It came in and during this fiscal year, we would like to see it out this fiscal year so that we don't show a deficit the following fiscal year when we do transfer it, if we do decide to transfer it. So it's just like an accounting, we try to keep revenues and expenditures in the same fiscal year.
Okay, thank you.
And I just might add in short, I think we're talking about an accounting presentation. And our finance director is a good finance director because she's following GAAP and the other things that are required, right, for accounting. So, but the point is, it won't be spent. It hasn't. We haven't found a home for that. The council hasn't decided that. So we'll still continue and come back to that discussion. But I think this is just kind of a proper accounting perspective of the fund. That's all. It is confusing because we're allocating it, but we're not going to spend it. So we'll come back.
Because it does show, if you do the transfer out, it does show us an expense in the general fund. So that's why it came in as revenue to the general fund, and by transferring it, it's going to be an expense. So that's why we try to keep, the revenues, and especially for such a high dollar amount within the same fiscal year.
Okay, so Mayor Pro Tem Blanchard Calderon, comments?
Yeah, this is a question for Mr. Martinez. Back in March, and I think it was Naricumbo that brought it up, we actually asked to have a special meeting to discuss the 1.8 million from this insurance payback. Why didn't we have this meeting? I mean, until now, we're hearing that we're just going to transfer these funds.
One of the reasons is we've been talking about potentially using the 1.8 million fund, or allocate the funding that we got from the insurance claim for one-time payment to potential employee groups. So I think we need to complete that discussion first, find out what's going to be left over, and then I would recommend having that discussion with the balance.
The second question I have for you, Mr. Martinez, is that the report says that our staff is asking approximately 10.2 million for capital requests for 2026, 2027, and what we're transferring is only 1.8 to be funded by this transfer. So my question to you is, what is the prioritization process for the remaining 8.2 that is a shortfall? Because it's 10 million, I'm sorry. And we're only putting 1.8. What is your, what do we do about that?
I think that's going to be a poignant discussion in our budget, upcoming budget, and we're going to have to talk about that gap and talk about the priorities with CIPs.
Yeah, because it's 8.2 million that's you're missing.
Correct. It's common for cities to, the capital needs are expensive, they're big, and they're endless. They're endless. So it's common look at these types of situations.
All right.
In all municipalities.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Carla, first of all, thank you for doing a good job. I know it's hard and trying to stretch that money for lots of stuff. And talk about a stress factor. I wouldn't want your job. I'd rather maybe go back to police work, but not be a finance director. Do we still have the 2 cannabis businesses out there, or do we have 1? And are they bringing in money?
2 that are permitted, yes.
Yeah.
One of them is because one of them is the actual selling of cannabis, and the other one is cultivation, I think it is, right? Label as. So that one is that one doesn't bring in as much revenue, and it's a flat amount every month because it's based on the way that it was. The fee structure was set up. It was based on square footage, and obviously, it never changes size. It's always the same building. So that one doesn't bring us much, but the other one that is sale of cannabis, that one brings in more. That one like fluctuates from quarter to quarter, but that one's the one that's bringing in most of the revenue.
Okay. Business license. I know when I got appointed, I was always harping on business license. Is everyone paying their business license? I mean, there's zero tolerance. So are we good? I see $69,000. I thought we would have more.
It's we do a monthly delinquency report that we send over to code enforcement, and code enforcement will go out and check out the businesses. So we are, I guess, monitoring the delinquencies. So every month we do see that list get smaller and smaller. So we are working on it.
Okay. And I know that our traffic controllers are doing really good when it comes to the meters and stuff like that. I know we're bringing in quite a bit of money on a monthly base, what I've heard.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, well, congrats on that one. Also, the airport. What are we going to do about the airport? I mean, we're supporting it through general funds, and it's been, so many years that we've been doing it. We got to figure out something. It's $84,000 a year of support. That's, eventually it needs to end. That's $94,000 in our account. So we need to, definitely figure something out ASAP. And other than that, that's all I have. So, hey, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion to approve by Mayor Pro Tem Calderon, second by Councilmember Adriana Marquez. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Mayor Legaspi.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Calderon.
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez.
Yes.
Councilmember Thailand absent. Councilmember Noricumbo.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay. Going on to item number 19, authorize city manager to sign agreement of professional services between the city of Calexico and LEE and RO Incorporated in the amount of $318,223 for engineering design services for chlorine conversion project, gaseous chlorine feed system to liquid hypochlorite feed system at water treatment plant and East Side Water Reservoir. I'm sure we have a staff report on that one.
Yes, good evening again, Mayor and council members. So basically, this is a project the city has been working on for quite a few years, and it's a conversion from gas to liquid disinfection system. Bottom line, the system we currently have, which is gas, is over the useful life. So basically, the first thing we need to understand is the city has to spend the money to either replace the existing old technology or replace it with the newer technology. Basically, every city in the Imperial Valley has moved from gas to liquid. The systems are typically, the useful life is 10 to 15 years. This overall, but if we go to the details, there are components like the safety and monitoring system that is 5 to 10 years. Say the gas leak detectors and sensors is only 5 to 7 years. Emergency shut-off valves, 8 to 12 years. So basically, we are currently spending money to keep the current system alive. Right now, we are over 16 years for this system. So basically, it's about time to move into either the restoration or replacement with the new technology. We made some math operations to compare, because that's one of the reasons people has been, or I was told, they want to keep the gas versus liquid. And if we, in pages 3 and 4, you can see a real comparison of both systems. And if we compare what we are spending right now for chlorine, for gas, in versus what we are going to be using or spending for liquid, gas is consuming roughly $187,000, and if we move into the liquid, it's going to be $144,000. Just right there, we have savings, and not taking in consideration the system is going to be brand new, and we are not going to be over and over replacing the part for the existing system. One of the problems that is already coming is that since gas systems are being obsolete, finding the parts is going to be more and more hard to find and more expensive. Same thing with the technicians that service these kind of systems. Like the big cities, they are preferring to hire these technicians to keep them as a staff. So these guys that were previously working for private companies and servicing cities as Calexico, they are not going to be longer in the market. So basically, these few technicians will be more and more expensive, and no one is in the Imperial Valley. So if we should have a problem, we need to wait until one technician coming from Oceanside or from other cities to give us some time. What else? There are some risks, obviously, part of the decision to move into this new technology. I mean, I'm not sure if you have any specific questions, but basically just looking at the financial savings is a recommendation to move into a liquid instead of preserving all technology as gas disinfection system.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments? No. Okay. Moving on to council discussion. Councilmember Diana Nudukumbo.
Yes. How does the water treatment staff feel about this change?
We have actually our plant operator.
We are for it. It's safer, cheaper, less regulated. If you care about safety first. There's a radius of 3 miles, so wherever you live in Calexico, it might get to you if there is a catastrophic leak. We have it at the Eastside Reservoir. We have 20,000 pounds of it. It's 10 tons, so it's quite a bit, and it's hazardous. I would say that almost everybody is in favor of it for safety reasons, and it would be beneficial money-wise, safe-wise, regulation. State of California is moving towards, well, actually, there's no cities in the Imperial Valley. Sweetwater, El Cajon, everybody's moving to liquid bleach. It's new technology, safer. You know, there's just countless things that are pros. There's 10 to 1.
Okay, thank you. And then we have the funding for this, right? We had budgeted for this already?
Yeah,
Okay.
that is correct.
Okay, I have no more questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Adriana Marquez.
So since we were talking about this old system being obsolete, what is this new system? What is the life expectancy?
Say again?
What is the life expectancy of this new system?
It's about the same, 15 to 20 years. And one of the reasons is because the liquid is less aggressive than the gas. The less corrosion, and as Mr. Alvarado said, it's less regulations because basically it's not as aggressive as gas.
So it's safer to our employees, it's safer to our community, and it's going to be more efficient, and we're going to end up saving?
Oh, yeah, it's safer, and obviously it's not cheaper. I don't want to use the word cheap, but it's less expensive.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Diana Marquez. Mayor Pro Tem Blanchard Calderon, comments?
Yes. First of all, I want to thank the staff for actually educating me today before this meeting. As you know, when this initially came up, I was not for it, but after looking at what we're looking as far as obsolete equipment, our firefighters not lacking equipment to handle a serious crisis, the effect that it would have on our nearby schools, our citizens, and so forth, I think, and the costs, eventually it'll be less. We're gonna invest anyhow, so you might as well just go into the different systems. So again, thank you, the three that are still here. Thank you for sitting down and educating me in this process. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Blanchard Calderon. The only comment that I have is safety first, and I've always been an advocate for the chlorine. And listening to the stories 2 years ago when we talked about it, it's pretty scary. So we need to do this quickly. I know that these things are rusting. So yeah, definitely it needs to be done.
Mayor, can I have my turn back? I just want to ask a question for Mr. Villegas. The 318,000, this is just for the design?
Correct. Preparation
so then we still have to construct.
And then construction is a different amount. But
How much are we looking
already
at
have
that?
the funds to do the construction.
Okay. But approximately how much more money are we going to spend?
I don't have that money, that amount, Fernando. No, I'm sorry.
All right.
Thank you. Call for a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second?
Second.
Okay, motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Calderon, second by Councilmember Marquez. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Mayor Legaspi,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Calderon,
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez.
Yes.
Councilmember Chalenda is absent. Councilmember Noricumbo.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Moving on.
Thank you.
Moving on to informational items, overview, review of Hearthstone CFD number 2005-1. The item was ackneuledged and received. Now, before I go to adjournment, I forgot to mention earlier, I want to thank Eugenio Ramos, Javier Gonzalez, and Mr. Fonseca for doing an outstanding job in cleaning our part of our downtown. And they've been doing it in a weekly base with the assistance of our public works director, Jesus Villegas. So I applaud you for doing such an outstanding job, Eugenio. And I apologize that I didn't say it earlier, but when I saw you, I wanted to say it. So thank you very much. Also, do I have a call for a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Calderon, second by Councilmember Diana Marquez. Madam Clerk. I'm sorry.
Mayor Legaspi,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Calderon,
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez.
Yes.
Councilmember Chalenda is absent. Councilmember Noricumbo.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. It is 10:50 p.m. Meeting adjourned.